All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Tuesday, September 8th meeting of the Placer County Board of Supervisors. Let's go ahead and begin with a flag salute led by Supervisor Holmes.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and have the clerk read the meeting procedures. We're doing our best to make sure people can participate in public comment.
Public comment will be held in two forms today. It will be in person and via phone. Anyone wishing to give public comment on an item via phone should call in at 530-886-1800 at the time that the chair calls the item. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Next, we'll have our consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda will be taken with one motion unless somebody removes an item from the consent calendar. Anybody from the supervisors, anybody from the public want to remove an item? All right. So seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board.
Second.
A motion by Holmes, second by Wygant, and roll call, please.
Wygant?
Yep.
Holmes?
Aye.
Bueller?
Aye.
Gustafson?
Aye.
Gore?
Aye. Thank you.
Supervisor Gore, I just want to make a comment before you do public comment. The reason why I don't wear a mask up here is because I suffer from asthma, and it's hard for me to sit in a long meeting with with the mask because I can't breathe properly. It makes me my stomach gets a little nauseous. So just wanted to let you know that before we start. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Holmes. All right, we have public comment. We will begin first with the people who have called in and reserved an opportunity to, no, we won't.
Call-ins for public comment.
Wait, no call-ins from public comment. All right, so we actually have members of our public. You're welcome to come on up individually and make your comment. If you want to stand separated, there's spots on the carpet to do so. Good morning, Gail. Nice to see you.
Good morning, nice to see you. I don't sound muffled. Good morning, I'm Gail Garbalina Mojica, the Placer County Superintendent of Schools. And as you are aware, public schools in the county can begin to reopen for some sort of in-person instruction. And I know that you agree with me when I say that reopening schools safely is a priority for our county. However, a substantial component to the reopening plans lies with having a robust testing system for our school community so that we may identify potential cases quickly and stop the spread of the virus in our schools. In the past week, I have worked tirelessly with the Placer County Health and Human Services to put together an innovative testing program that seeks just to do that, provide quick, reliable testing to symptomatic and exposed individuals across our school community. PCOE and myself has secured 3 testing locations throughout the region in Rockland, Auburn, and Tahoe. I have repurposed my LVN staff to administer the test, and just this morning I have signed the contract with the lab that will provide results in 48 to 72 hours turnaround time. The crux of this testing program is to seek reimbursement from the health insurance company to cover the cost of the tests, which I have successfully negotiated for our essential workers with 2 of our largest health insurance companies in the area. We have moved mountains in a short period of time. On August 28th, 2020, I submitted a memo to the Placer County CEO and a copy to each of you, the members of the Board of Supervisors, outlining this innovative testing program. And as of today, I have yet to hear back from the county as their desire to partner with public education. As I mentioned in my memo, we can all agree that testing of our students and staff is necessary to open up public schools safely, but public education is not equipped to run healthcare centers or bill insurance companies that in the end of the day, when there is a pandemic, is the responsibility of public health. I am greatly enthusiastic about the possibility of 75,000 students returning to some sort of in-person instruction in the coming weeks. But without available and reliable testing with quick turnaround results, I'm afraid that all of our hard work to reopen schools safely will result in additional school closures, which are just as disruptive to the students' education as it is to the families in our county. By accessing timely testing and targeted quarantines, we can hopefully reduce the amount of school closures in the future. So, I urge the Board of Supervisors and the county leadership to continue partnership to support public schools reopening safely by allocating a portion of their CARES Act funding to Placer County Public Schools to help support quick and reliable testing for our school communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. Appreciate your comments, and I know that we've received the letter and have, we've talked. We appreciate that.
I'm just following the rules.
And I know that we'll be following up, so appreciate your comments. Thank you. All right, next person in the public, please. Come on up, Jane.
Good morning, supervisors and county staff. My name is Jane Wurst, and I am speaking to you on behalf of Protect Rural Placer. In an email I sent to you last Wednesday, I stated some concerns and requests we have regarding the Hidden Falls SEIR expansion, which was released last Friday. First, we request that the Hidden Falls project go before the North Auburn, Rural Lincoln, and Newcastle MACs as an action item. The county website states that municipal advisory councils were established by the Board of Supervisors to advise them on matters of concern which relate to the area served. This is not the time to skip this vital step in county decision-making. We are also asking that the county provide hard copies of the final SEIR for residents to take home and read and review in the safety of their own homes. As you are well aware, many residents have internet issues and technology challenges. Libraries and county offices can make hard copies available for checkout. The county's strategic plan, critical success factor number 1, states that the county supports efforts that will improve transparency of service delivery and encourage open dialogue and two-way communication for the benefit of all county residents. In order to demonstrate that these are more than just words on paper, we are asking that the supervisors step in and slow the process down to ensure that our constituents have access to the $500,000 SEIR, time to read and review the documents, and then can fully participate in public hearings. A scheduled hearing before the Parks Commission is just 9 days away, on September 17th. That is just not acceptable. We know that all of you, our first responders and county residents, are slammed right now with physical, emotional, and mental health challenges from COVID-19. Add on the economic fallout, increased risk of wildfire, smoke for the last 3 weeks, PG&E power shutoffs, challenges of education and learning during a pandemic, and civil unrest. Everyone is stressed to the max. This is not the time to ram the Hidden Falls project through. Compassion and ethics are more important now than ever. And so we ask you, Cindy, Robert, Jim, will you go to bat for your constituents and neighbors? Todd, as county CEO, will you ensure that the county staff and departments conduct business with the ideals and intent of the strategic plan? Thank you for your thoughtful consideration of our request. We are trusting that you will put people ahead of this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Jane.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Jackie Caswell. I live at Catola Ranch Road, and I'll keep this very simple. I am totally opposed to the Hidden Falls expansion, and I've come here today to let you know that you have a fight on your hands. I have the time, the resources and the money, and I have right on my side, and our lawyer and his firm are ready to take this all the way to court. This park will ruin Auburn and the surrounding areas. It will ruin the wine and farming communities, and it will destroy the wildlife. It will bring busloads of people in from the Bay Area to ride their bikes and to bring their horses, and it does nothing at all for the local people. I hate to say this bluntly, but you're trying to push this through for your own vainglory, and I am furious. It is not going to happen. We will fight you at every turn and at every level, and if it takes the next 20 years of my life, I will fight this. We are not giving up. Thank you.
Thank you. Next member, please.
Good morning. I'm Delana Rude, Kramer Road. I'm part of Protect Rural Placer. I certainly concur with all that Jane Wurst has told you this morning. Now that the Park Department has finally decided that it is a wise idea to close Hidden Falls Park on red flag days and perhaps other days, though we do not know what their decision process is due to the extreme fire conditions all over California, with many large fires nowhere near containment, we are now just entering the real fire season. This will last until we get substantial rain or snow, which we hope will be in October. But please remember, Paradise burned on November 14th. Therefore, due to the extreme fire danger for the whole state and the shortage of firefighters, I am requesting that you keep Hidden Falls Park closed until we have had substantial rain. Our local first responders are stretched to the max, and if a fire were to break out now anywhere in the greater Auburn area, who is to say the response would be adequate to save homes, property, and livestock? We have already had 2 fires on Bell Road, one near Burt Lane due to someone mowing, and the other about halfway between Kramer Road and the entrance to Auburn Valley Country Club. The last I heard, cause was undetermined. South Auburn had a scare a couple of weeks ago with a fire, again started by someone mowing, that burned close to 10 acres. Prevention is the smart move, the only move. Let me again remind you that according to CAL FIRE, over 90% of wildfires are human-caused. The terrain in our foothills is ripe for a travesty, and all it will take is an ignition, be it a tossed cigarette butt or a joint, a mountain bike sparking off a rock, an escape campfire, or even worse, an arsonist. Please, due to the ongoing and worsening fire conditions, keep Hidden Falls closed until we get substantial rain. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Tina Wilkins, Viña Castellano Winery, and I'm also speaking on behalf of the Placer County Farm Bureau as the rural community advocate. I want to go on record saying that the Farm Bureau is opposed to the Hidden Fall project. We're very much concerned that the expansion of the park is taking land out of agriculture, putting it into recreation, and the ag land in Placer County is already diminishing. One of the things that we'd like you to take into consideration is that agriculture has been revitalized a lot in the last 15 years, and that with the farm to fork movement, some of which is with the wineries and breweries locally, but there's a lot of other things that have been coming to light in the last 15 years, that there is potential for growth in ag that we weren't seeing for a long while with small farming. So I can understand why the park for some period of time started to look attractive as we saw development creeping up in the farm land. People like yourself, Robert, probably, who grew up in that area, felt heartbroken, like I myself, who grew up in the area, that these lands were being developed and broken up into little pieces as families were no longer farming. But there's another way now. Farming is coming back. It's not the farming of yesterday. It's different. But if you take this land out of agriculture and put it into recreation, it's not going back. And we'll have lost a part of our heritage that shouldn't be lost. We have plenty of recreational land in Placer County. We have a beautiful canyon on the other side of town where there is plenty of room for bike riding and horse riding. What we don't have is more land for growing agriculture. So I'm not just concerned about people like the Worsts who have, after, I don't know how many years, 46 years now, just lost their lease for cattle on Hidden Falls. I'm not just concerned for them, although I'm heartbroken for that. I'm concerned for the future farmers that might be out there. And I'm begging you to rethink this. I've been, I had a friend that just moved to Wildwood, and I've been driving the back roads of McCourtney and Limekiln and how they used to connect to the end of Big Hill, which is where we're talking about. If you drive out there, I encourage each one of you to drive out there and look and think about the potential. We're not going back. It's not going to be the land that it used to be. But there is potential for us to have a thriving farm zone again. And if you drive that area back there, you can see a big picture. I realize it's in Nevada County, but I'm just begging you, slow down and rethink it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to make a comment in public for this item, or not this item, but during public comment? And we have one caller. All right, thank you. We'll move to calls.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record and give your comments.
Thank you. Cheryl Berkema, a Placer County resident. I want to second the caller on the transparency, compassion, and ethics. During the pandemic, there have been multiple projects that there are many residents believe that Placer County is pushing projects through and actually taking advantage of the pandemic to railroad these projects through. Hidden Falls, the winery ordinance, PCCP are just a few of these projects. These are long, ongoing projects. There's no rush. There's already been ordinances in place. There already is a Hidden Falls. The world isn't going to stop. People are very, very concerned that their rights are being violated because they're not allowed to protest. They're not allowed to do things that they normally would, and the county is taking advantage of this. An example of the PCCP, the last meeting you approved the PCCP, not a single supervisor asked if the PCCP would involve a single cent of taxpayer money. The public wasn't even aware of this project. You didn't even put it in the paper. So it seems like at the Planning Commission, the program manager actually brought up that there could be loans required. If a single cent of taxpayer money was required, this should have been made public. So in terms of transparency, we can't even believe that this number of projects is being pushed through, and we would ask you as leaders to have that compassion, as was brought up. It's not in the public's interest to railroad these projects through. The public has to live with these for a long time. So I hope you'll consider, and if there's any taxes, by the way, on the Placer County Conservation Program, they were not mentioned, and I'm not even sure that that's legal either. So I hope you'll consider slowing down on these major projects and being more transparent. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, Megan?
No further public comment.
All right, we're going to go ahead and close public comment and move to board member and county exec reports. Any reports from my colleagues? Supervisor Euler.
Yeah, just a quick board member report. I'd like to report to my colleagues that over the 13 years that Supervisor Wygant and I served as the ad hoc committee on the conservation plan, every time there was even the slightest evolution in the conservation plan, I would report it in my supervisor's report to our Municipal Advisory Council. Ms. Berkema was at most of those MAC meetings when I reported that. And so for her to assert that somehow we managed this 13-year process in secret, she's just flat lying. Because she was sitting there and actually asked me a number of questions about the project as it was moving forward when I would give my report. So since she assailed us for not being transparent, I thought I would point out that not only were we transparent, but she had multiple opportunities at those MAC meetings to ask me questions, and she's never one to pass up an opportunity. Thank you.
Supervisor Wygant.
Yeah, thank you, Kirk. I just, in light of those comments, compelled to state that factually and as a matter of public record that you could watch a lot of on video and or read limitless documents regarding there were a myriad of contracts that were approved and notices that were provided, public presentations by the board, votes taken by the board over 20 years, reflecting the transparency generally with regards to how we do business, but specifically on the Placer County Conservation Plan.
Thank you, Robert. Supervisor Gustafson.
I wanted to ask Todd if we will be getting briefings on Hidden Falls, because a number of the commenters today were discussing the public process on Hidden Falls, and I haven't been briefed on it yet, so I don't know our timeline.
Yeah, so I speak with Ken Graham, our public health. Sorry, I'm in public health world lately. Public Works Director who oversees parks right now. They are planning to do individual briefings with each of you regarding what's going on, both with Hidden Falls right now and what items will be coming up early in October regarding this item.
Okay, and then can we get a timeline? Because when the public's calling me and emailing me and I don't know the schedule, it's...
I'll find out when they're actually doing that.
I'd appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. All right. We actually are going to go ahead and move to a few department items prior to our 9:30 timed items. So we do have item 5A, which is Health and Human Services 5A1 or 5A, laboratory testing for COVID-19 amend agreement with STEM Express LLC. And do we have a staff member on the line? Yes, we do, or via internet. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairperson Gore and members of the board. My name is Mike Romero. I'm an HHS program manager in the Public Health Division. The item before you is a request to approve an amendment to an agreement with STEM Express of Folsom, California, for laboratory testing for COVID-19 in the amount of $250,000 for a new maximum amount of $650,000 through the end of the calendar year. Excuse me. HHS has been working with STEM Express since June of 2020. STEM Express provides PCR testing with a current turnaround time somewhere between 48 and 72 hours. To date, the contract with STEM Express has allowed us to test Placer County Sheriff's Office, jail staff, jail inmates, skilled nursing facilities, assisted living facilities, residential care facilities for the elderly, and others to identify positive cases and reduce the spread of COVID-19 in congregate settings, which includes some of our most vulnerable residents in the county. As Superintendent Garbalino Mojica described, we are working with the Placer County Office of Education to develop and implement schools-only specimen collection sites, which includes identification of an additional laboratory for COVID-19 testing, which bills insurance. HHS may utilize this same lab, which should help us sustain our testing operation. The additional $250,000 will allow us to continue to respond quickly to outbreaks in congregate settings until we can contract with the subsequent lab that bills insurance. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Michael, and nice to see you actually sort of in person. We've gotten lots of emails from you in the last 6 months, but appreciate your hard work. Question, Supervisor Holmes and then Supervisor Euler.
I really don't have a question. Just thank you, Michael, for this report and memo. But I wanted to thank you for the daily updates on the COVID-19 and county's response to that. I really appreciate that. Sometimes I forward that to some of my constituents, and they're appreciative as well. So thank you for that.
I appreciate that. I'll accept your thanks on behalf of the epidemiology team that puts those dailies together, as well as our the Friday report, which I'm very, very proud of. They do an excellent job. I'll mention our public information team as well, which is a part of that weekly newsletter. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Supervisor Euler.
Hey, Michael, do you know, and if you don't, maybe there's time to figure it out before we have our more lengthy conversation on this topic in general at 10:45, but does this contract include any specificity on these tests in regard to the cycle threshold, or do we know what the cycle threshold is that's being used for these tests?
That might be too specific a question for me to be able to answer intelligently this morning.
Okay. Very interesting article in regard to PCR tests that was in the New York Times on August 29th, discussing the cycle thresholds and how most tests seem to be defaulting to a 40 cycle threshold, which they are claiming might be overstating the prevalence by as much as 90%, that the cycle threshold closer to 30% is one that would actually give us an understanding of those people who have a larger amount of the virus in their system and are therefore contagious. But in a study that they did of results, I want to say it was Massachusetts, New York, and one other state, 45,000 tests that were tested as quote-unquote positive. Of those, they found only 1 in 10 met a threshold of prevalence of the virus in the bloodstream that actually made those people contagious, and therefore those were the people, the 1 in 10, that we, from a public policy standpoint and health standpoint, that those are the ones that we should be concerned about. So it really, you know, if all we are continuing to test for is the presence, whether the presence means any kind of contagion or not, it might be, we might be going the wrong direction, because this article, if you have a chance to look it up, the title was "Your Coronavirus Test is Positive, Maybe It Shouldn't Be," and it was New York Times of August 29th. And it really gets into this issue of the cycle threshold, and I'd be very curious to know what cycle threshold it is we're relying on in Placer County or in California more widely in general.
I appreciate that. STEM Express has been a really good partner, easy to communicate with. I'll follow up with them and to learn more about the cycle threshold that they're utilizing currently.
Great, thank you so much.
Supervisor Gustafson.
Yes, Mike, thank you again. I agree with all the gratitude for the daily reports and how informative those have been for us and for our constituents. My question was on the timing for the insurance testing that Gail brought up in public comment. Do you have an estimated time to get that testing done, or is there anything the Board of Supervisors can do to help expedite that?
Well, you know, as you know, we have a wonderful procurement office, and April Pay in particular has been doing a great job researching laboratories across the country to see which lab would work best for us. So we're still in that process. I don't think it will take too much longer. As Gail mentioned, you know, she signed it this morning. And so we have some more details to work out to make sure that it's the right laboratory for us.
Well, thank you. I just urge us again at the county level to do everything we can to expedite an increased investment in testing so that our schools can get reopened and some of our businesses can as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go ahead. Any comments from the public, Megan?
Good morning, caller. Please state your name for the record and give your comments. Good morning, caller. Please state your name for the record and give your comments. Janice, are you there?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Go ahead
I
and give your...
apologize. Sure. My name is Janice LaRue, and I am a resident of Colfax, and I'm calling in to express bewilderment, frustration, and disappointment at this proposed resolution. That this was developed at all.
Janice?
Yes.
Are your comments for item 5A, the laboratory testing for COVID, or are they in regards to the resolution?
To the resolution.
Okay, we're not to that item yet. We'll call you back when we get to that.
Okay, great.
It's time. Let her know what time. It's timed at 10:45, I believe. So if folks are aware. Any other comments from the public? All right. This is, it's not in regards to this item, which is the testing item, and.
It's regarding testing? Yeah. A quick comment?
Okay, come on up, and then we will. There's nobody else on the line, correct? Okay.
Do you want to do the person on the line first?
Come on up.
Hi, thank you. I'd just like to urge some more.
Your name, please?
Oh, hi, Tara Thornton. I'd like to urge, with a group called Freedom Angels Foundation, I'd like to urge a panel to investigate what more on testing, on efficacy, and all the different questions around what testing is based on, what it means, just a real due diligence, a community panel to investigate what testing is based on and what it will mean for a community, since there is so much riding on it, so much is determined by it. And also, as you're discussing money for that, to balance discussion and money into information on effective treatments and making that available to the community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right, nobody else in the public on this, and no other callers, so we'll bring it back to our board. Any other further discussion?
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Supervisor Holmes, second by Supervisor Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. We'll move to our 9:30 timed item, which is 1A, proclamation declaring September 2020 as National Preparedness Month in Placer County. And Becky Riggin will kick it off. Good morning, Becky.
Good morning. Chair Gore, members of the board, Becky Riggin from the County Executive Office. So your first timed item this morning is a proclamation noting September as Emergency Preparedness Month, with weekly educational themes and related social media efforts. This year's theme is Disasters Don't Wait, Make Your Plan Today. We have a briefing for you from Chief Estes on the recent major fires across the state and in our region, along with an introduction of our local Red Flag program by the Chief and Stephanie Herrera from the Public Information Office. And true to this year's theme, since initially scheduling this presentation, we've had another round of challenges caused by extreme heat and offshore winds, forcing a public safety power shutoff event across the state, and as of last night here in Placer County. PG&E staff have made time to join us today and to provide a quick briefing for your board, a quick status report. And Brandon Sanders was kind enough to join us on short notice, so I'd like to invite him up to the podium now to provide a brief update for your board. And then we'll resume with our presentation following his comments.
Thank you, Becky.
Good morning, Chairwoman Gore, Supervisors. Brandon Sanders, Sierra Division Public Affairs, PG&E, here to give you a quick update on the current situation here in Placer. Last night, Between the hours of about 1 a.m. and 3 a.m., PG&E took the action of de-energizing approximately 5,500 customers here in Placer for fire safety as a result of projected and forecasted high winds coupled with low fuel moisture and extreme low humidity. At this time, there are, again, 5,500 customers out, predominantly in the Forest Hill Divide area and along the I-80 corridor upcountry from Auburn. Places such as Weimar, Applegate, Colfax, Alta, Dutch Flat, all the way up to Soda Springs. Of that 5,500 customer count, 315 of those individuals are what we call our medical baseline customers. These folks have medical sensitivities. We are working with that population of customers and doing what we can to support their needs during this current outage situation. Quickly this morning when I left my house, I did a place and time review of some of the wind speeds we're seeing. Emigrant Gap, I was seeing winds over 40 miles an hour. In the Baxter area, Alta Dutch Flat vicinity, 27 miles an hour, and Weimar just under 20. We anticipate those wind speeds to increase as the day warms. We have 3 community resource centers deployed in Placer County currently. Those are located at the Colfax train station, or freight depot, I guess it's referred to as, the Forest Hill Canyon View Assembly Church, and the Alta Fire Protection District. Those locations will be open from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. with charging services and other supports for our customers. As far as the outage duration, again, it began yesterday evening between about 1 and 3 a.m., or this morning, I guess would be. We anticipate the all clear for the weather around 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, with subsequently restoration occurring throughout the day tomorrow, with a target of full restoration by 2100, so that would be 9 o'clock tomorrow night. And I just wanted to keep it brief, knowing you have a busy agenda. Happy to answer any questions. And of course, I'm available to you and your staff throughout the duration of the event. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. Supervisor Gustafson.
Thanks, Brandon. I appreciate it. And thanks for getting the CRC set up so quickly. The Canyon View Church in Forest Hill, I thought we were doing the community center, so I'm happy you have one.
Of course, so I can speak to that. So the intent, the guidance that we got from leadership is that we wanted for this event to do only outdoor sites,
okay,
given the COVID sensitivities.
Okay.
We are still planning to utilize all of those locations that the board recently approved for our use.
Okay.
And that is definitely in the playbook moving forward, but the decision was made at higher levels in the company just to focus on outdoor settings.
To do the outdoor. Well, that's understandable. Thank you.
Of course.
All right, looks like there are no other questions. Appreciate
you.
you taking the time this
Of course.
morning, Brandon.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to just hand it over to the chief. Is that it? All right. Good morning, Chief Estes.
Good morning, Chair Gore and members of the board. My name is Brian Estes. I'm the Unit Chief for CAL FIRE for the Nevada-Yuba Placer Unit and your Placer County Fire Chief. So thank you for letting me share a few moments for some updates this morning. It has been a remarkable last 30 days or so, and I've been trying my best to keep all of you updated as we have significant events both in the county and statewide. But I felt like this was a good time for me just to give a bit of an overview. We did see a little bit of kind of a pressure relief in the last 7 to 8 days. But then in the last 24 hours, unfortunately, I think we've seen a resurgence in some siege-like fire activity around the state. And I think that's going to continue as we move through the red flag event. But that also is timely in what we're rolling out today out of the county offices. So stepping back a little bit over the last 30 days, and really where we saw the marked approach on it was on August 15th. And that was the lightning siege that we had come through the greater part of central and northern California. Starting on August 15th, for about a 4-day period, we saw over 14,000 lightning strikes. The majority of those across the central coast, the northern coast, and the Sierras were dry in nature. And as I'll talk about a little bit later, that's very, very much an anomaly for our part of the state. California, just generally speaking, does not get dry lightning. We do get some isolated lightning in the summertime at the higher elevations, but it's traditionally punctuated with precipitation. But this particular lightning storm was 100% dry. From that lightning, we saw over 900 fires. 20 of those fires are now into major status or complexes in nature. And you've seen some of the acreage on that have been staggering. Over 1.5 million acres have burned. That's not including today's update on the Creek Fire in Fresno County, which in the last 48 hours has grown to 143,000 acres, largely destroying, unfortunately, the communities of both Shaver Lake and Huntington Lake. We have over 18,000 people that have been evacuated. Unfortunately, we've had 8 either civilian or firefighter fatalities, and we have 15,000 firefighters assigned to the lines across California, including using the governor's compact and bringing out-of-state firefighters and crews from all the western states. In the last 24 hours, we've seen new major fires develop in Mendocino, San Diego, and Fresno counties, as I talked about with the Creek Fire. San Diego in southeastern San Diego County, and Mendocino, as of this morning, outside of Willits, had over 1,000 acres of brush and timber burning with 0% containment and threat to the community of Willits. The weather forecast, is calling for a widespread red flag warning. It's relatively short in nature, and we expect that it came this morning from Predictive Services, and we're probably looking at calling it officially a red flag through probably Wednesday. But that's also indicative of this time of year. We are out of our long-standing high-pressure systems that we typically get from about June to the end of August, and now we're going to start to see these more weekly or bi-weekly events where we move from high-pressure to low-pressure systems. We see the winds on either side of those, and that is very typical for our part of the state here. Locally here, one of the things, I always believe in being a student of history, and one of the things that we're coming up upon Friday, September 11th, is the 32nd year anniversary of the 49er fire, which, unfortunately, if you were to look at the statistics from the 49er fire, it would pale in comparison. It wouldn't even make the 10th page of a list of fires impacting California over the last 10 years. But we have to remember, 32 years ago, it destroyed the community of Lake Wildwood, and was an incredibly impactful event to Nevada County and Placer County and to the residents. And one of the things that was born out of the 49er fire was the advent of fire-safe councils and fire-wise communities across Northern California. And it's amazing that punctuated event still resides with people in their minds. As I said, dry lightning is not typical for California. And as an example, these anomaly years happen about every 10 to 12 years. The last time that we saw a lightning year of this nature was in 2008, and before that was in 1987. So those are 11 and 12 years almost to the T. So you've heard me talk a lot about the cyclic nature of our Mediterranean climate, and I think those facts prove it. Thankfully, we will not see dry lightning every year, but this year we are definitely dealing with it. The one big difference in California since 1987, 2008, and 2020 is that the population in California between 1987 and 2020 has increased by 13.5 million people. And a lot of those people live in the wildland-urban interfaces of California. As you've heard me say, Placer County has more habitable structures in the SRA than any county in the state of California. And that's something I take very, very seriously in the mission I perform for the county every day. In Placer County and the unit, we have seen to date this year, we've seen 362 wildland fires that we have responded to and have mitigated. 264 of those have been in state responsibility, but 98 of those fires have been in local responsibility area, down mostly in the front country in Supervisor Wygant's district. But because of our mutual threat zone agreement, we have had the full breadth of CAL FIRE resources, including crews, dozers, and aircraft, able to mitigate those fires in the local responsibility area. And it's worked out really, really well, even impacting Supervisor Gore's district and into the city of Roseville. We've had a tremendous, advancement in our relationships in the last couple years. In the county fire department in the last 7 days, just to give you kind of an idea of the impacts that continue to affect us day to day beyond the regional call, we've had 140 calls for service in the last 7 days, 7 vegetation fires, 2 structure fires, 2 commercial vehicle fires, 17 major vehicle accidents, and 4 technical swiftwater rescues outside of the commitment to the regional and state resources. The year-to-date medical rescues, swiftwater rescues in the American River, to this day, is at 103. That's the highest number of recorded technical swiftwater rescues that we have ever had within Placer County or the Placer County Fire Department. It is, if it doesn't stop soon, it will redefine the nature of our county fire department and our jurisdiction. So what we're looking at in our outlook, that is directly related to the impacts of COVID. I'll go on record by saying that the impacts of people we have into the canyon lands, into the river lands, and into our jurisdiction has dramatically increased. And these are not folks that are necessarily always prepared for the heat, for the terrain, for the unforgiving nature of our rivers. And I think I've shared with you some of those examples. And our men and women on the front lines have just been doing an amazing job. We just had a firefighter 2 medic that just had his first in-water pick the other day of a young girl at Murderer's Bar, and I went and saw him at 180 after he did his first rescue. And I haven't seen that kind of excitement since I started in the fire service 30 years ago. So very proud of him and the job that they all do. And I will say that we're not remiss in supporting the regional and statewide efforts across the state. Right now in the Nevada-Yuba Placer unit in Placer County, we have had over the last couple weeks over 25 engines committed to the regional effort, 10 local government engines out of XPL or Placer County OES, 4 of our hand crews, 2 of our dozers, and over 23 of our command staff supporting larger incidents. With that, we've backfilled, so we still have a robust nature for initial attack, and I've moved a Type 1 Black Hawk helicopter into Grass Valley to our air attack base, which as the crow flies is only about a 6-minute flight into the heart of Placer County. And that's to kind of bolster our resources that we're committing to regional and statewide efforts. Because of our relationship with Placer County, between CAL FIRE and Placer County Fire Department, we've been able to access the county equipment under assistance by hire. And to this date, we're well over $300,000 that we'll be able to reimburse back into the county fire department fund for apparatus replacement. And so we appreciate that support and that trust in us in that relationship. So what we're really here today to do is introduce a program that is directly related to our red flag warnings. Understand that there's fire watches, there's heat advisories, there's all kinds of things that we see. Private companies have weather systems. You could watch it on the news. But at the end of the day, there's only one entity that puts out a red flag warning, and that's the National Weather Service. And that goes directly into our predictive services with CAL FIRE at either Redding or Riverside at our 2 geographical area command centers. Once that warning is issued, that means that it's imminent in the next 24 hours, and it's the highest and most critical fire danger we have in the state of California. We only have about 18 to 20 per year, and it's something that we really, really take serious because it allows us to really bolster, pre-position, and upstaff our equipment. But we also need to make sure that the people are aware and that we make sure they understand when it's just a heat advisory or a watch, because our summers are hot all the time. But that red flag warning, as you'll see when Stephanie talks about this program we're rolling out, is for people to really change the way they do business during that red flag warning. And that's what we're hoping to bring that awareness to. So I'm really proud to work with the county, with County OES and County PIO on this program, on this rollout. I think it's going to be a great public education and public awareness campaign. So I want to turn it over at this point to Stephanie Herrera from the County PIO office, who has taken the lead on really working with us and doing some great work on some videos and public awareness stuff on rolling out our county red flag warning program. So thank you.
Thanks, Chief.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. As an extension of the current Ready Placer campaign, we are so excited to partner with CAL FIRE and our fire partners on this red flag warning awareness program. The goal of this program is to support a unified message across the county with our county partners, with our fire districts, as well as CAL FIRE, to discuss what red flag warnings mean, but also support and educate what actions are needed to be taken under these red flag warnings. These actions can consist of signing up for Placer Alert, getting your go bag ready, and whatnot. So in support of these things, we have created an educational webpage to discuss again what red flag warnings are and what actions to take. But the big piece of the puzzle for this program is we have printed 14-foot flags that will be distributed throughout the county. We so far have 9 flags that will go to 9 departments around CAL FIRE, and we have 6 districts that are participating. And so you will ultimately be seeing around 50 flags across the district. And another piece of this puzzle will also be collateral materials such as social media, posters, and we also have produced a instructional video that will be released today and you will be seeing shortly. And we will also be sending out a media advisory to support the program and announce the program that's happening here in Placer County. So through, again, an education piece of this the web page, through educational videos, through our partnerships, we're hoping that this is going to help educate our public a little bit more on the messaging and the needs during these red flag warnings. And that is the program.
Thank you, Stephanie. So are you going to show that video?
I believe so.
Is that the plan? Okay, we'll show the video and then we'll have questions for probably the
When a
chief.
resident sees a red flag warning for high fire danger, this constitutes the most critical nature of fire danger in California that we have. And it is absolutely critical that residents and citizens here know the importance of being prepared and being able to take action. So in addition to our normal media outlets where people may have seen red flag warnings in the past, the County of Placer is embarking on a really, really proactive and robust program centered around the Ready Placer campaign and these red flags that you see behind me. And we will be placing these during red flag events at our fire stations across Placer County. And it's really, really important that people look for these, and when they see these, they're ready to react. Residents here in Placer County do an amazing job in being prepared for the threat of wildland fire, but we really need to understand that during a red flag warning, it's time to think about reducing the threat of starting wildland fires or reducing that spark or ignition. Think about what you do around your property. Think about your preparation levels and how you communicate with friends, neighbors, and be ready to evacuate at a moment's notice. A red flag warning and high fire danger to CAL FIRE and Placer County Fire Department triggers additional staffing of fire engines, bulldozers, hand crews, and aircraft. And we take that additional staffing really seriously. It allows us to regionally move equipment around and pre-position resources in areas of the highest threat in order to accomplish our goal of aggressive initial attack. So be on the lookout for these red flags and red flag warnings. We are doing our part to be as prepared as possible. What I need from all of you is to be prepared.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Anything else from you,
No,
Stephanie?
if there's no questions, that's the program.
All right. I'm guessing we've got some questions for the chief. So Supervisor Holmes.
Thank you for your report. Chief, I don't have any questions, just some comments. I remember where I was at the 49er fire in '87. I was at the Gold Country Fairgrounds, and I can remember the tremendous smoke coming over us. They were actually warned us about maybe leaving the fairgrounds. It's not to be confused with the 49 fire in 2009 that took out 58 homes.
Right.
But your comments about the increase in population in the last 30 years, 13.5 million. Many of those folks are moving to the rural areas because they want to enjoy the rural lifestyle. I think it's incumbent on those of us who have land use authority to be aware when we approve those types of projects and where they're at. We need to have not only a fire warden or a will serve letter from the fire district, we need to have the Office of Emergency Services involved in those studies so we make sure that we don't allow development in those areas that are prone to have fire. And so I hope my board understands that, and we can move forward in that direction. Thank you for your service, and thank you to all those firefighters out there putting their lives on the line for us today.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Go ahead, Cindy.
Thanks, Chief. I also, and Stephanie and Becky, thank you for all your efforts on this. Are there restrictions, I may have missed this, are there restrictions that people should adhere to during red flag warnings, and can we recap those? Because you gave us a lot of information, and I want to make sure I get it straight.
Currently, the red flag warning, as far as the intelligence that comes from the Weather Service to our intels, aren't necessarily associated with any particular restrictions or enforcement items or anything like that. Now, there are, some local municipalities or some local ordinances can put into effect restrictions based on a red flag, but really what we just ask is in a red flag warning that people are limiting the amount or limiting the potential for ignition. So what I usually say to people is, because our number one source of wildland fires in this county and in the state of California is human caused. And so during that red flag warning, which are usually very, very short events, 24 to 48 hours, that's probably not the time to be working on something on property, working on something that could have a potential ignition source. And maybe it's time to rethink some level of recreation that might cause a higher propensity for ignition. But we currently don't have any restrictions placed on that.
Yeah. Well, in certainly in North Tahoe there are lack of charcoal, no outdoor fires in general, but then charcoal barbecues as well. And so getting some consistency, as Supervisor Holmes said, we may just want to be aware of that moving forward, encouraging the fire districts to gain a little more consistency so that when people are traveling to and from red flag areas, they know what it might mean, for their own safety and for the safety of those around them. I know I had received a number of emails this weekend over some of the rentals that occur in Tahoe and people not being as familiar with what red flag meant and that they weren't to have barbecue grills going.
Sure.
Charcoal barbecue grills going, so.
Yeah, and we work really closely, obviously, with Chief Schwartz and Chief Saline on that local ordinance up there, which they're proactive about that, even outside of a red flag warning. But I think a lot of it is just the nature of the transient visitation and tourism and that.
Yeah, and just thinking about the mowing and the other activities, then especially in tall weeds. Okay, thank you.
Hey, Chief, I just have one question, and that is, we've had terrible air quality the last couple of weeks because of the fires. Do you know which fire around here is really affecting us now?
Yeah, so I mean, pretty much no matter which way the wind is blowing from, we've got a fire that's going to pump us full of smoke, unfortunately. So, we still have a lot of residual from both Napa and Santa Clara counties if we have a southwesterly. The fire up in the Plumas National Forest and the one up further up near Susanville are pumping smoke down with a northerly or easterly wind. And believe it or not, we are getting some residual smoke from eastern Washington, which has a tremendous amount of large fires going on. And I think that we will see some impact from the fires in Southern California, specifically Fresno, once we return to a more southwesterly wind pattern.
Thank you, appreciate that. Megan, do we have any comment from the public? Nobody's called in. Anybody in the public want to make a comment? All right, we will wrap this up. Thank you so much for taking the time, and I know all of us really appreciate all the work you and your team do day in and day out to help keep our residents safe. So we appreciate this, and we're glad that there's another tool that we can utilize to make sure we help empower our residents to stay safe. So folks, look forward to having you communicate that out, and we'll be getting that out in our emails, etc. All right, we have a motion to proclaim this September 2020 as National Preparedness Month in Placer County, and a second by Supervisor Holmes. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks again.
Thank you, Chair Gore. Thank you, Supervisors.
We'll move to item 2A, which is the Older Adult Advisory Committee Annual Report and the Placer County 5-year plan to address a growing senior population. And I believe we've got our staff on the line. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Gore, members of the board. My name is Colby Hightop, and I'm a manager with Health and Human Services Adult System of Care. I am joined by Michelle Nevins, Chair of the Older Adult Advisory Commission and Executive Director of Del Elro Caregiver Resource Center. We have 2 items to present to you today. First, I'll be providing a brief update regarding Placer County's 5-year plan for meeting the needs of a growing senior population. Then Michelle will provide an update regarding the Older Adult Advisory Commission's annual report. Placer County's 5-year plan was presented to your board in January of 2017 and was based on the World Health Organization's Global Age-Friendly Cities Project and the AARP Livable Community Survey. The Older Adult Advisory Commission, or OAAC, is the voice of Placer County older adults and has taken a lead role in developing and supporting the implementation of the 5-year plan. The Commission prioritized the following areas of focus in Placer County: communication and information, transportation, housing, and community and health services. These areas were assigned to Commission members for further needs assessment and advocacy. Health and Human Services continues to support the 5-year plan by providing effective and innovative services that improve the lives of older adults in Placer County. We have successfully navigated many state-directed programmatic changes due to COVID-19 and ensured clients' needs were met as caseloads have continued to grow. For many years, there was a significant need to raise awareness of the many resources, programs, and services available to Placer County older adults. On July 1st, with direction from your board, HHS launched 211 Placer, a resource and information hub that connects people with community programs and services through a 24/7 call center. 211 Placer provides the sustainable, centralized point of entry for services and supports that was greatly needed by older adults. It could not be timelier considering COVID-19, public safety power shutoffs, heat waves, and fires. 211 Placer is greatly appreciated by the community-based organizations, advocates, and older adults throughout the county. The number of homeless seniors in California continues to grow. Rising housing costs, compounded by insufficient retirement income, illness, or job loss, can quickly result in homelessness for low-income seniors. The Placer County 2020 homeless point-in-time count found that 17% of those counted were adults aged 60 years and older. Moreover, there are approximately 99 clients over the age of 65 on the county's homeless management information system who are experiencing homelessness and awaiting more permanent housing. HHS operates several programs that strive to stem the tide of homelessness, particularly for seniors. Whole Person Care is an HHS program that coordinates physical health, behavioral health, and social services for at-risk individuals who are high users of multiple services, such as hospital emergency rooms, jail, and psychiatric facilities. In 2019, Whole Person Care served 40 participants aged 65 years and older and 13 aged 70 years and older. Full Service Partnership provides intensive services to individuals with a serious mental illness. Services include crisis residential, rent subsidies, and other supports that augment the HHS continuum of care provided to individuals at risk of or experiencing homelessness. In 2019, Full Service Partnership served 26 participants aged 65 years and older. The HHS Home Safe program is a unique homeless prevention and early intervention grant program for older adults and people with disabilities. The Home Safe program leverages the housing and aging expertise of trained Adult Protective Services staff to provide short-term housing crisis intervention. The interventions include rental and utility assistance, hoarding cleanup, mental health treatment, intensive case management, and more. The Home Safe program has prevented homelessness for 62 clients since its implementation in 2019 and will continue its valuable work through June of 2021. With respect to community and health services, there's a wealth of resources available to support and enrich the lives of older adults in Placer County. HHS administers several programs designed to help older adults live as comfortably, safely, and independently as possible. HHS manages the In-Home Supportive Services Program, IHSS, which helps pay for care services provided to older adults and people with disabilities so that they can remain safely in their own home. IHSS serves approximately 3,780 consumers residing in Placer County. HHS also manages the IHSS Public Authority, The public authority acts as the employer of record for approximately 3,600 IHSS care providers in Placer County and maintains a registry that matches providers to consumers. Approximately 73% of Placer County IHSS consumers have family members providing for their care. Most of the remaining consumers seek assistance from the Public Authority Registry to find a care provider. In conclusion, HHS will continue to work collaboratively with the Older Adult Advisory Commission to advance the 5-year plan to meet the needs of a growing senior population. I look forward to providing your board with future updates annually. And at this time, I'd like to introduce Michelle Nevins, who is going to discuss the Older Adult Advisory Commission's annual report. Thank you.
So good morning, everyone, Chair Gore and esteemed members of the board. My name is Michelle Nevins, as Colby mentioned, and I'm chair of the Older Adult Advisory Commission, otherwise known as the OAAC. This report marks the 16th year anniversary of the Placer County Older Adult Advisory Commission, and what an interesting year it's been. It's an honor to be involved in this commission. We are a dedicated and passionate group of volunteers that come together with the goal of advising the Placer County Board of Supervisors and the Department of Health and Human Services on matters we feel would improve the quality of life for older adults in our community. We have much to highlight this year and share with you in regards to our accomplishments. First is we kind of brought to light at the conclusion of last fiscal year is an awareness campaign known as Senior 411 was launched to provide outreach and awareness in conjunction with the Agency on Aging Area 4 in Seniors First. The campaign included print and social media and a very robust guide to disseminate out in the community, which obviously ties into the launch of 211 Placer County. Very excited to provide information out in the community about. Members of the commission were also educated on the census and placer counts and worked to raise awareness and encourage participation in the community. Also, in conjunction with Agency on Aging Area 4, we had a town hall meeting held in the community to introduce the notion of shared housing. And then lastly, members of the OAAC had a very robust year in regards to the number of local organizations that they also work with, committees and commissions in the categories of mental health, legislation, advocacy, outreach, education, and countless others. As we all know, the latter part of the fiscal year provided challenges associated with COVID-19. Of course, older adults over 65 and individuals with underlying medical conditions were deemed to be particularly vulnerable and encouraged to shelter in place. There was a growing concern in our county for the ability of older adults to obtain basic necessities like groceries and meals, and many of the commission members were actively involved to work to support the needs in the community. Placer County and the dedicated community-based staff provided much-needed services and support for the older adults in our region. Essential providers such as Seniors First, Meals on Wheels stepped up to provide more routes and deliver services every day in uncertain circumstances. Additionally, there are countless stories of communities coming together to check on vulnerable neighbors while socially distanced, of course. The impact of COVID is yet to be fully realized. However, the OAAC is proud of how our county has come together and the providers to adapt and respond to the older adults in our community. Another significant challenge this fiscal year was the status of the Placer County Aging and Disability Resource Connection, known as the ADRC, being changed by the California Department of Aging from designated, which you may remember from last fiscal year, to emerging as a result of statewide funding being awarded for the ADRCs. The Department of Aging redefined the process, and we are working towards designation once again. However, we're a pretty determined group, and we are fortunate to have Commissioner Eldon Luce leading us on that change. Additionally, our 5th annual Placer Protect Placer County Elder Abuse Awareness event, Preparing is Caring, was planned for June and subsequently had to be canceled or postponed amid COVID concerns. In conclusion, it's in this challenging, ever-changing environment that the OAAC and its members will continue to work at understanding and advising on the needs of the older adults in our county. We look forward to our 17th year with hope and resolve, and of course to enhance the lives of the growing older adult population in our county. And we thank you for this opportunity to serve.
Thank you very much, Michelle and Colby. Really appreciate the update and really the hard work that your advisory committee is doing to help our seniors, inform our seniors, provide resources for our senior community. So really appreciate your work. Please share that with the rest of your colleagues who serve on the board. Supervisor Holmes?
Michelle, thank you for your leadership. Colby, thank you for the report. I'm struck by the number of potential people from 65 or older to rise to 27% in Placer County. There's no doubt that some of us are living longer, we hope. Just talking to you.
So do we.
But you know what I am concerned about, having visited the Mid-Placer Emergency Shelter and then the shelter down in Roseville at the Gathering Inn, I've seen that population, the 65 and older population. And what we have to do is be able to find these people. Some of these people may not have begun suffering from mental illness, but as they go through the homeless cycle, they start to medicate themselves and end up being mental illness. So we need to find ways that we can keep these people housed, keep them in their house, or find housing for them. Thank you again for your report.
Thank you.
And we will open this up to the public if there's any comments from the public. And it looks like you'd like to come on up. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Tara Thornton, Freedom Angels Foundation. I want to thank you for discussing older adults. And I want to say that across the nation, people are very concerned. It's been 6 months since the lockdown in March, and we have elders and disabled in facilities across the nation that have been in isolation, have either died or are deteriorating due to the effects of isolation and the lack of access and connection with their loved ones and advocates. So I did not know about the Older Adult Advisory Committee. And what I can tell you is you have people in every neighborhood, in every town, in every county, in every state that want to partner with groups and committees like you to help find answers, to allow pathways for advocates and loved ones to be connected to their elders in nursing facilities or skilled facilities, care facilities, that they are aching and hungry to partner with you to find these solutions. Also, to have access to make sure that our most vulnerable populations, like our elders, have access to ways to best boost their immune systems and information on and access to the most effective natural and allopathic treatments to help them should they become sick with anything, honestly. But especially now where there's so little information. So I ask for, more connection to the public, because I can tell you I've been searching for connection like this and I haven't been able to find you, and I know there are people needing that. So I ask Board of Supervisors to partner with the community and partner with the Freedom Angels Foundation and any other groups that we have out there to bring forward these conversations so that we can protect our most vulnerable and we can really end the isolation that our loved ones are living with in facilities, because there is no reason why loved ones cannot wear whatever PPE people who are taking care of their beloveds are wearing in facilities and have access to them, as well as best medicine. So thank you for the work you do, and just know that there is a groundswell of need for connection directly to the community, and we are here to help in any way. I will be reaching out to you, and we thank you because we need these tools to connect and really have the best outcome for our most vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
When we get a little older, it's harder to hear. Can you give me the name of your organization?
Yes, it's Freedom Angels Foundation.
Freedom Angels Foundation.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
a local?
It's national, it's California, and it's local.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment? All right, no other public comment. So we'll close this item. Thank you very much for the report. We really appreciate it. And once again, thanks for all of your hard work. All right, we'll move to item 3A, which is agriculture, our 2019 crop report and 2018 crop report plus. So good morning, Josh. Nice to see you and talk about something which is nourishing to the soul, like agriculture. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. Good morning, Chair Gore and members of the board. Josh Hunsinger, your Placer County Agricultural Commissioner and Sealer of Weights and Measures. I'm here today with what I consider some really good news, presenting our crop report in compliance with my mandate in the California Food and Agriculture Code to present you with our annual crop report. And then I will follow that up with an expanded economic study we did based on our 2018 crop report data. So first of all, let me jump into that with some of our 2019 highlights. So first and foremost, our total value is $86.7 million. And that is the gross agricultural value of crops, kind of what we call the farm gate value. So it's not, it's just the gross value of the actual production of crops. It doesn't take any of the value added production. That's just a wholesale value as it leaves the farm. What's cool about that number is that is the highest number we've ever reported. Back in 2014, we reported $86.4 million. And so we're up over a little over $300,000 above that number. And I'll talk in a minute about why I expect that to continue to go up pretty significantly over the next couple of years. So the value over 2018 was about $14 million. And so that really speaks to the fluctuation we see based on different economic factors with our crops. Rice retained its #1 spot. It gained about 1,500 acres in planted acreage. That's an annual crop. So rice has a lot to do with the fluctuation year to year. It's an annual crop. It's a global commodity. So the acreage kind of bounces around quite a bit depending on some of the market factors, demand and price and things like that. And so rice was up in acreage and the price remained strong, so that was up about $5 million in value. The next two items are where I really see a lot of change coming over the next couple of years. Both walnuts and almonds, we reported pretty significant increases in acreage. Just to contrast, in 2018, we reported about 22 acres of bearing almond acreage. And for 2019, we reported 2,000 acres. So as I'm sure Supervisor Wygant especially is aware, there's been a lot of new acreage of nut trees planted in the county. Over the last 5 years, we've had probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 5,000 to 6,000 acres of new nut orchards planted in the county, and those orchards are just starting to come into production. So although we reported 2,000 acres of bearing acreage, they're very young trees. They'll continue to increase in production, and so those are very low numbers right now, even though we are reporting some production on those acres. Same thing with walnuts. The walnuts take a little longer to come into production than almonds. Almonds are probably on about a 3-year age before they come into production. The walnuts are more like 5 years. So again, we'll continue to see that those two numbers go up quite a bit. So for walnuts, we saw an over double value. So I think it was about $5 million in 2018 and over $11 million in walnuts for 2019. So really significant as those trees are coming into production. Almonds, again, I think you're going to see them really skyrocket as well. Timber also was up quite a bit, and kind of a fun little story there. I talked with Brett Story about our timber number, just ask him kind of how much of that 12 million board feet we reported in 2019. And so about 3 million board feet of that 12 million was from our French Meadows fuel reduction project, and about $1 million in revenue from that project for 2019. So just of those numbers, that's how much came from that fuels reduction project and the timber harvest that is occurring as part of that project. So that was kind of a neat thing, I thought. Looking forward to some ongoing trends I think you'll see in our 2020 report next year when I'm before you. Again, as I mentioned, the nut trees are really going to take center stage as they continue to come into production. We're seeing additional acreage planted each year, and so that trend is continuing. Trying to estimate how much nut tree acreage gain we're having at the expense of rice acreage, and I would have predicted that our rice crop would have gone down kind of as the nut tree acreage increased, and really we're not seeing that as much. Rice continues to be pretty strong, and I think we'll continue to see that trend as well. And then it's a little bit smaller total value number, but for 2020, I'll just say that the direct market venues, one of the impacts of COVID that's kind of been interesting, any outdoor activity and anything really connecting to our local landscapes has just been totally embraced by the public, and our farmers markets and our farm stands and those kinds of things are bearing that out as well. Like you heard about the impacts to rivers and river safety due to outdoor recreation, and a really positive impact is our farmers markets are just having an unprecedented year here in 2020, so that's really cool to see. And so kind of along that outdoor activity and really local focus that COVID has kind of driven people to focus on. So look forward to reporting more on that in the future. Jumping over to the Crop Report Plus, we're officially calling it the Economic Contributions of Placer County Agriculture. As I mentioned, our annual crop report, which is mandated in state law, really focuses just on that gross farm gate crop value. And there's a lot bigger impact economically beyond just what the crops wholesale as they leave the farm and that value. And so we had a little bit of funding last year and hired an agricultural economics company to take a deeper dive. And so at the time when we commissioned this study, the 2018 data was the most current available. As I just reported to you, 2019 went up by about $14 million. So these numbers would have been much higher even for 2019 if we'd done the study a little more recently. So I'll dive into a few of those. So we used 2018 crop report data, as I mentioned. We used a data set primarily through this economics company called Implan Data, which takes about 90 different sources of data, Department of Labor, some of the tax data, USDA data, some of the primary sources, and combining those all together to really get some true economic numbers for the total value of agriculture in Placer County. It explores what we call multiplier effects, which would be all of the kind of residual. So the farmer does this amount of sales, but then there's everything from supplies, fertilizers, pesticides, buying a new truck, buying equipment, making repairs, buying irrigation, all of those things that are kind of those ancillary things that go along with the farming activity that kind of have that ripple effect through the economy. We also looked at value-added products, and so just to put that in simple terms, like our wineries, for instance, are really significant when it comes to the value-added products. We estimate that a ton of grapes, if a ton of grapes sells for $1,500, just the value of that ton of wine grapes, the value of the wine that those grapes are made into is worth 7 to 10 times that amount. So if it's sold in a bottle instead of sold in a bulk bin of just raw grapes, that's 7 to 10 times as much value that comes from that product as it goes through that value-added process of being fermented and bottled. And then there's some employment data in there as well. So to go through some of this, so we used a raw farm gate value of $72 million based on a 2018 crop report. That turned into $132 million in total economic, direct economic output, and then an additional $50 million in multiplier effects on top of that. So the economic activity that those farmers generated through their farming activities. And so a total of almost $183 million in total economic contributions. Additionally, the employment numbers were pretty cool to see for the first time, and that was a little over 2,100 jobs, of which over 2,000 were direct employment in the agricultural sector in the county. So with that, there was a lot of people that helped work on this. I just want to thank them. Carol Arnold, who's the executive director of Placer Grown, my deputy agricultural commissioner, Corey Larson, Jeff Langholtz with Agricultural Impact Associates, which was the company that did the study, Sherry Conway and Paul Griffith with our Economic Development Department, and Document Solutions team here at Placer County, who puts together all these beautiful reports and helps us out with all of that. So with that, happy to answer any questions, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Josh. Really appreciate the update. Supervisor Wygant?
Josh, huge congratulations on the work. Really nice. The crop or the ag report is spiffier and prettier than it used to be, and the economic development one is really interesting. So one question I have is with regards to Brett's work with the Middle Fork fuel load reduction work we're having. It was really cool, I thought, to see that a component of that was actually logging as compared to just treating our forest to avoid the kinds of forest fire experience we're seeing not only this year, which is horrible, but with higher and more frequency. We're seeing that in the state of California in particular every year because we have not. We've ignored taking care of our forest, treating our forest properly. So what might be interesting work, Todd, is to have Brett look at the whole component of what he's doing in terms of acreage and cost, and the logging that we're doing up there is offsetting the cost really because of the revenue that we do get from it. But I think it'd be really valuable to put that arrow in our quiver to try to sell more enthusiasm by the state of California, hopefully in partnership with the federal government as relates to the national forest. In my view, we need to have a dramatically expanded commitment statewide to as quickly as possible treat the forest, or we're just going to be breathing horrible smoke air for years to come. But that could be a critical component of that, looking at that as a component of the total of fuel load forest treatment. And then another, I'm sorry.
Oh, let me just touch on this right quick because we're on it. One of the questions you asked last week was the total amount that we're dealing in the forest mitigation efforts. And so we'll just add to that because we have staff working on that numbers now. So I'll just work with Josh and his team, and we can get together some of the timber numbers as well, because I think they kind of go hand in hand as we're doing forestry health, forestry management efforts. We're also getting some residual effects around the timber. So we can speak to both of those.
I think we're so well positioned here in Placer County to another time opportunity to set an example for the state. But I've had this conversation extensively with the president of Sierra Pacific Industries, and his comment essentially was on this kind of work is that there's not much money in it for us, but we're willing to be partners because it also sets an example for him and his company to sort of do the right thing. And as long as he's not making a contribution, he can make a pencil to be willing to do it. I think it's in our best interest. And then I was also struck on the value-added component, just looking at it very quickly. I'm going to read this all more thoroughly, but I was struck by the fact that the breweries, our local nano breweries, microbreweries, have value added that's real close to our wineries. The reason why that struck me is because our wineries have been emerging for quite some time, many years, and the breweries are much more recent. So do you have any observation or?
Yeah, I'd say, volume-wise, I think our 3 farm breweries are a little larger scale on average and go through a little more volume. Quite a few of our wineries historically have been very small and just on a volume basis. We have wineries just doing, several hundred to several thousand cases of wine, where the breweries are a little bit larger scale in general. I'd say going forward, I think the trend we're seeing, like the Sarah Winery that you approved last week, and some of the projects I see on the horizon as far as wineries, I think we're going to see kind of a trend towards a little bit larger scale wineries in the future, and still small wineries in the grand scheme of California averages, but a little bit larger, more developed wineries would be the trend, and I think the wineries will, depending on how many more breweries we have, kind of eclipse the brewery sales very soon.
Thank you.
Supervisor Holmes.
Oh, thank you, Chair. This is a great report. I'm really pleased to see this. And I'm also pleased to see that the amount of nut tree acreage has not been diminished the rice production. I was surprised about that. What is the life cycle of a almond tree? Is it, don't they take them out periodically and replant, or?
Yeah, so orchards go through a life cycle, as you stated. Unlike rice, which is an annual crop, you can choose to plant it or not plant it every year. It's a very significant upfront investment where they plant several hundred trees per acre, install irrigation, do a lot of soil preparation. So it's an investment of $20,000 to $30,000 per acre to plant that orchard. And in fact, Fowler Nurseries, which is one of our largest farm employers in the county, that's their primary business, is producing almond nursery stock to replace and plant new orchards. So those trees are planted, they come into production in about year 3, and then those trees can live anywhere 15, 20 plus years, and then they reach a point at which it makes economic sense to tear them out and replace them. So the new orchards that we have right now, they have not even reached anywhere close to their prime production, and then they'll have many years before they're at that point where any of those growers would look at replacement.
Good, that'll be good news to my wife, because our almond tree is probably about 35 years old.
Yeah, and they do last a lot longer than 15 or 20 years, but from an economic standpoint, sometimes it makes.
I had another question. As I drive around our very beautiful Placer County rural areas, I'm struck by the amount of horse stables, equestrian centers. I know there's probably more than 20 in Placer County. They're very nice. But equestrian isn't really agriculture, is it? If it is, I guess my question is, what kind of an economic impact? Do we know how much impact they have, horse stables and equestrians, and a lot of people have their own horses. Is there any idea of how much we get back in economic impact?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Supervisor Holmes. So the short answer is that we do not consider horses to be agricultural production. They're not food, fiber, or flora, which is kind of the oversimplified criteria we use to define agriculture. So we don't eat them or wear them. So to be a little bit crass. But the longer version of that answer is there is a lot of facilities here in Placer County. Just a quick Google search this morning, I've come up with about 17 facilities just in Loomis and Penryn. And in talking to one of my staff who actually has a horse boarding facility that his wife, operates, just using some rough averages, the average facility in Placer County that would be a commercial horse boarding facility maybe has 10 animals. The average price per month to board a horse in Placer County is $500 to $600 a month. Additionally, most of those facilities also do horse training and then riding lessons, which are additional sources of kind of economic activity, as well as veterinarian services, tax sales, feed sales, etc. Trailer sales. Most of these people have pretty expensive pickup trucks to tow and transport their horses. So there's a lot of economic activity around equestrian activities here in Placer County. We haven't really ever put that together. It wouldn't be part of the core crop report, but we could consider doing a supplement to our crop report and putting it kind of towards the end of the crop report. If you'd like to see that in the future, that'd be something we could put together for you.
There is some kind of an agricultural component because they eat oats and all the stuff. They actually produce fertilizer as well. So
yes, they do.
Be in Europe before. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have any questions from the public, Megan? Nobody in the audience. All right. I will bring it back to the board. Thank you very much, Josh, for the update. Appreciate the hard work.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Josh. We will move to item 6A. So we are going to adjourn as the Placer County Board of Supervisors and convene as the Placer County In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority. And item 6A is In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority Budget for fiscal year 2020-2021. And hopefully we've got Amy Ellis on the line. Good morning, Amy. Nice to see you.
Good morning. Nice to see you too. Just let me pull my notes over 1 second. Sorry. Okay. Good morning, Chairwoman Gore and members of the board. I'm Amy Ellis, the Director of the Adult System of Care, here today with an action requested to approve the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority budget for fiscal year 2021 in the amount of $1,506,050. The Public Authority is a separate legal entity whose purpose is to provide assistance to IHSS recipients in finding independent home care providers through the establishment of a registry. The budget is limited to the responsibilities of IHSS Provider Registry, background checks, training, provider payment, which is all performed by about 8 county staff. Of the approximately 4,700 IHSS recipients projected to be served in fiscal year 2021, approximately 1,300 will require and receive assistance in finding appropriately skilled and registered caregivers. The Public Authority staff will also assist approximately 4,300 IHSS providers with employment enrollment, orientation, training, support, and counseling services during fiscal year 2021. The county's share of the IHSS provider wages is identified in the Health and Human Services Client Aid budget. The fiscal year 2021 IHSS Public Authority budget is funded through a combination of federal and state funds and $255,756 in county general funds. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Amy, for the report. Looks like there are no questions from our board. Any questions from the public? All right, we'll bring it back to our board for action.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion by Gustafson, second by Euler, and we'll take a roll call, please.
Wygant?
Yes.
Holmes? Yes. Euler? Aye. Gustafson? Aye. Gore?
Aye. Thank you, Amy. And now we will adjourn as the In-Home Supportive Care or Supportive Services Public Authority and reconvene as the Placer County Board of Supervisors. We have finished our department items. We have a 10:45 timed item, which gives us about a 5-minute break, which we are going to take before our next item. So we will take a short break and be back at 10:45. Thank you. All right, thank you for letting us take a break. We are back and we will move to item 4A, which is a resolution proclaiming termination of the Placer County Declaration of Local Health Emergency regarding COVID-19 and the rescinding resolution. All right, we'll have Todd Leopold started off. And just an FYI for folks, we have a lot of people who are calling in for public comment. We can take 20 calls at a time. And so during public comment, as calls come off, people can continue to try to call in for public comment. Go ahead, Todd.
All right. Good morning, Supervisors. This decision before you in consideration is a resolution proclaiming the termination of a Placer County declaration of a local health emergency regarding COVID-19 and rescinding resolution number 20-034 as modified by resolution 20-137 in its entirety. A brief background, and I'll turn it back over to you for questions. The board ratified this local health emergency back on March 9th of 2020, really all predicated on the pandemic that's been taking place for the last number of months. We've, I believe, done a very good job of managing the spread. I know keeping the citizens and the community and yourselves up to date pretty much on a weekly basis, if not more frequently, and then specifically over the last number of months to the Board of Supervisors. We've had a number of updates through our public health officer and other professionals in this arena. Over the last number of months, though, we've been able to get better information and more information regarding number of incidences of COVID disease, as well as rates and testing positivity rates. Latest metrics that are being used by the state that came out on August 28th and effective on the 31st of August was considered the blueprint for a safe economy. This was the governor's announcement of how to manage this framework from a state perspective. I will let you know that the termination of this local emergency, although noted, does still acknowledge that there is a state of California state of emergency in effect and a California Department of Public Health orders, and those directives and guidance would remain in effect based on what is before you today. I know there's a number of discrepancies that we've had over the last number of months regarding metrics and the resolution to address this issue. And this resolution is brought to you today. It's really predicated on a couple things. One specifically is 4 letters that we've actually been sending to the governor over the last number of weeks, expressing you as a board's concerns regarding the approach that's been taken by the state. But we have not received any response from the state regarding any of these letters. So I just want to share that with you. I'm going to turn it over to you to have dialogue, answer any questions that you may have regarding this resolution.
Thank you, Todd. Appreciate that. And we'll go ahead and have a conversation. I know that we have asked you to bring this to our board because we have talked a lot about the roles and responsibility of a county government, which is to be in charge of public health in a public health crisis. And we do not have local control as it is when it comes to this pandemic. As our numbers have increasingly declined, there is no local control, and unfortunately, we have not received any response to the governor about our questions. Like Todd said, we've had 4 different letters asking the governor for clarification, asking him to clarify decisions that he's made, and we've heard nothing. So let's go ahead and have a conversation, other comments from my colleagues. Supervisor Euler.
Well, thank you. I took the liberty of handing out to my colleagues a little spreadsheet and gave one to the clerk of the board so that it can be part of the public record. First, I would draw your attention to the article behind. I referenced it earlier in our board meeting when we were talking about the tracing. And what this article really speaks to is, and the title says a lot, your coronavirus test is positive, maybe it shouldn't be. And this is New York Times, not American Spectator or The Federalist, but the New York Times on August 29th. And really what it speaks to is the issue of the cycle threshold. How many reiterations of processing in order to get down to such a finite amount to where any trace is showing up as a positive test, even though that trace means nothing from a public health standpoint. It doesn't mean contagion, it doesn't mean sickness, it doesn't mean anything else. And so now that the governor has moved us exclusively to 2 metrics, we've done away with hospitalizations and hospital capacity, all of which we were doing very well in. We've moved away from that, and we're now only judged on two metrics, and that is number of positive cases per 100,000 residents and total positivity. This issue becomes the only issue. The issue of what level should we be testing to and the number of false positives. And as our board has heard previously, where we don't double count if somebody tests positive once, goes back and retests and tests positive again, that doesn't count as two positive tests. What we've also learned is that we don't scrub positive tests that are later determined to be negative. So all of our metrics that we're being measured against all come down to this. How reliable are these tests, and what are we actually testing for? Are we testing for simply the presence of the virus in somebody's bloodstream? Or are we testing for the presence of the virus in enough of a concentration that they will end up actually showing symptoms themselves and then being contagious? And that's really what this article gets at, and what I think we as a board, as we discuss our public health policies, particularly as it relates to this scheme that has been put together and how we have to move through it. That's why I wanted to draw your attention to this. The other is, as we're talking about ending our local public health emergency, I thought it would be helpful to take our numbers and put them into perspective from a population basis. And so that's why I put together this spreadsheet, which I'll just very quickly walk you through. What we know is that our population in Placer County is just under 400,000. As of the 2019 estimated census, it was 398,329. I've broken those populations down into age group as the census has it. The census has under age of 18, or think of that as our school-age population. So we have a school-age population in Placer County of just over 88,000 people. Then we have a 46-year spread of, think of it as our working age population, 18 to 64, kind of our workforce age population. We have a workforce age population of 231,000 people. And then we have our senior population, those we know to be most at risk, and that's 79,000 people in that population. And so when you start to break the cases down, what we see is that, and this is our data as of September 4th, if I can just clarify. What we see is that we've had 3,065 cases, or 0.77% of our population tested positive. Doesn't mean they experienced symptoms, doesn't mean they were sick. They had a positive test, 0.77%. What does that mean in the inverse? It means 99.23% of our population has not tested positive. So as we look at this conversation from the standpoint of a quote-unquote public health emergency, that's why I wanted to have the conversation along these lines. So when we talk about our schools and the importance of reopening our schools and the damage being done to our kids by not being in school and not having real norms, we look and we say, okay, we had 280 positive tests of those in the school age range. Well, great. What does that mean in terms of actual hospitalizations when we actually feel an impact? Positive tests, as we know, dubious at this point. So where we actually feel an impact is when we have hospitalizations and deaths, clearly. Hospitalizations of high school, or excuse me, of under 18, school age population, are hospitalizations. We've had three hospitalizations over a 6-month period. What that breaks down to in terms of the population is, out of our 88,000 who are school age, 1 in every 29,344 kids was in the hospital over the course of 6 months. 1 in every 29,344. We get into our workforce population. 1 in every 1,863 of our workforce population was in the hospital at some point over the last 6 months. And then, of course, our most vulnerable, we're at 1 in 979 of our most vulnerable at some point were in the hospital over the last 6 months. When we defined the state of emergency and we declared the state of emergency at the state level and at the county level, the number one guiding factor was the fear of overwhelming our healthcare system by reason of this disease and the unknown impact it was going to have. We've now had 6 months to quantify that impact on our ability to deliver healthcare services, and we can see the total number of hospitalizations over 6 months was 208. We have staffed hospital bed capacity on any given day of 668 hospital beds. 208 total hospitalizations over 6 months. As it relates deaths, very happy to say none of our school-age population in Placer County has succumbed to this disease. We have not lost a single person under the age of 18 in that 88,000 population. We've lost 4 in that workforce population of 18 to 64, that 46-year gap. We've lost 4. Obviously tragic, but what that means is that we have one of every 57,757 people in that category. 1 out of 57, call it 58,000 people, has died over the course of 6 months because our board learned this does not get distinguished. We don't distinguish with versus because of or with the disease. And then, of course, our most vulnerable population, we've had 31 people pass. Now, what that means is that of our most vulnerable population, 99.97% of our most vulnerable population hasn't passed with or because of this disease. And then breaking this all down even further, I found it very interesting to look at the average age of those who passed from all causes March through July in Placer County was just over 77 years old. The average age of all Placer County COVID deaths with or because of was 79.4 years old. We actually have a 2-year higher average age amongst COVID deaths than we do amongst our population as a whole. So today our board is considering, do we rescind our local state of emergency? Understanding that we passed the local state of emergency in an abundance of caution at a time when we were predicting as many as 2 to 3 million people dead in the United States because of this disease, and the potential catastrophic effect that many people sick at one time was going to have on our healthcare delivery system as a whole. I think looking in the rearview mirror, we can see that emergency never materialized, and we are fully justified in calling an end to the state of emergency. And in fact, I believe we have an obligation to call an end to the local state of emergency.
Thank you, Supervisor Euler. Supervisor Wygant.
For me, in staging all of this conversation and just throw out before we start hearing public comment, I'll just give you my perspective and purview as we sit here now. So Kirk, your comments really well taken, great research, good on crunching the numbers for a non-finance guy. I'm very proud of you. So for me in the beginning, as I look back, it was clear that we needed to be concerned. There was so much we did not know. If you interpreted some of the data, like for example, deaths in places like Italy, the lack of good information coming from China, it was prudent to be much more cautious. But I've recently read that never before in the history of this country, and maybe in the world, has there actually been, in regards to a pandemic, a genuine lockdown. Even during the Spanish flu outbreak in 1919, there were places, local jurisdictions, that would ban church gatherings and other large assemblies, but they didn't tell people literally to stay in their homes. So it struck me that what was being discussed was unusual and extreme, but in the beginning we didn't know that it may or may not be warranted. But there has been a huge amount of science that's come in over the last 6 months. We've learned a tremendous amount. We here, I'm very proud of the fact, convened testimony through all of our different outreaches that included a Nobel laureate, internationally recognized folks, and locally recognized experts that articulated different perspectives, which at least, if nothing else, helps us with the criticisms of, we should simply just follow the science, because in fact the science is in conflict with itself. Which is normally the case with science, by the way. And Dr. Parsonette, with whom we are working on a seroprevalence test, which I think will be a critical piece of information for Placer County, indicated that we should try to, if we had a view that was different than, in our case, the governor's, try to work with our health people to communicate our positions. We've done that several times in 4 formal letters, and we've frankly received no response. Needless to say, that's horribly frustrating. So interestingly, Kirk brought in a great article. There was one yesterday in the Wall Street Journal, again, not a fringe piece of journalism, but the title of it was New Thinking on COVID Lockdowns, They're Overly Blunt and Costly. And we, again, we're going to be getting more information. There are things to be concerned about. There's still a lot we don't know about this horrible virus, other than it is a horrible virus. Fortunately, it attacks a very narrow band of our population seriously. That data is extremely consistent. But I personally started tracking and have followed consistently places that have different policies than in California, which is an extremely restrictive policy. So I started tracking Georgia's data when they were the first, as I recall, to open up. To my knowledge, they haven't modified their guidelines at all. Their spreads, their percentage spreads, are slower than those in California. Sweden was a real test tube to take a look at, if you will, because they were extremely liberal in what they did, which was essentially to keep schools open in the elementary age, because those kids were very young and the data indicated that they weren't at risk. And their parents were young enough that they also would not be at risk. They closed up high schools and universities. They essentially encouraged people to get out, didn't restrict their restaurants, even nightclubs, bars, those kinds of things. And they had some pretty serious spreads, but those have diminished dramatically in the last few weeks. And they're lower than the spread rate on average from the time that I started tracking that data as compared to California. So as we go forward, we're going to learn more all the time, and there may be adaptive management that we need. But in Placer County, I don't think we ever had any of the emergency conditions that we were told in the beginning, which were to make sure we had medical capacity to deal with those who were seriously ill. And I don't think we ever came close to pushing that envelope or reaching that threshold. And for me, going into this conversation, I think every day that goes by and we learn more, but when I see the offset of very restrictive policies on the economy, on people's sense of depression, people that I know, my 7 grandkids who I believe should be in school, and the businesses that I hope will be able to hang on. Some haven't been able to prove that already. But for me, the less we get listened to, the more we need to vocally express our position.
Thank you, Robert. Supervisor Gustafson?
I have a few questions I wanted to ask Todd for clarification, and I'll start off with saying we wouldn't be here today if the board wasn't seriously considering how to approach this situation, and are we in an emergency or aren't we in a local health emergency, and what that really symbolizes, because many of the emails we've gotten suggests that we're throwing out all the state guidance. Does this resolution in any way impact the state's guidance and the protocols for how businesses will be impacted by Placer County taking this action?
Let me say two things. One is this resolution still speaks to understanding that there is still a stay-at-home order by the governor and there's a state public health order in place. And actually we speak to this as recognizing those two are in place, and businesses need to and should follow those guidelines given by the state. But as far as what businesses could do in the event that you took action, right now, there isn't anything specific that would be changing significantly as a result of this action on your behalf, unless businesses were to do something different than what the stay-at-home order is from the state at this point.
Okay, so I wanted to be clear on that, because I didn't read that anything in our resolution was contradicting the state's guidance as far as what protocols people should follow for their own health and safety. There might be some of us who would choose to do things differently, but I just wanted to make that clear. Todd, does this resolution impact any potential funding from the state? Or, I'm sorry, this resolution.
Yeah, I think it's yet to be determined, to be perfectly honest with you. I do think that there has been statements that the governor has made over time speaking to adherence to his stay-at-home order, and any resolutions or ordinances that may be contradictory to that could be means for him to hold back any CARES money that the county has been allocated through his methodology at this point. The other piece that's probably worth noting is there was also statements that were made about realignment funds. These are human services / sheriff or public safety related dollars that the state provides to the county, that he has also made statements pertaining to that stay-at-home order being adhered to and predicated on whether those dollars would be allocated to individual counties. I think that answer is a bit vague because I don't know exactly how he'll respond to this. But I will say that the statements that were made here do still speak to a stay-at-home order in place by the state of California and understanding adherence to that. So I think that's.
Well, I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but I wanted to make sure we were clear with our public, because the way I read what has been drafted for us to consider today, we are continuing to say people should follow the state's guidelines. We're not asking any businesses to do anything contradictory. We ourselves are not doing anything contradictory, except saying we can't agree with how this is happening. And part of the reason for that is that we haven't had responses to our letters, which is very problematic for all of us as elected officials, that we wouldn't have at least our questions answered by somebody in the administration. Very challenging. And then I had some time over the weekend to finally do more work on the new metrics and the new website, and clearly both San Diego County and the city of San Francisco have higher case rates than we do. Were reopened, and when I asked you about it, you said there was another metric that isn't being shown that is being considered by the state. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, so I think that and this is speaking with the public health officer, was the discussion about testing and testing availability in your own individual jurisdictions. And I think the statement and the comments were made around there's a lot of testing and testing capacity within those two jurisdictions that allowed for adequacy of tests. And I believe it was even spoke to briefly last board meeting last week about the availability of testing and testing sites. I will say I did speak with the public health officer over the weekend. We spoke directly about this issue about testing sites, and is there benefits to having additional testing sites. And I think There are, in terms of from a metric standpoint, I think the state recognizes the more testing sites, the more potential that there may be more positive tests. So they give some credence and some calculation, I guess, to offset that if you have more testing sites. So she was going to look into that. I know we're actually, as the superintendent of schools spoke to this morning during public comment, she spoke to the additional testing sites specifically for teachers, students, but those would count in addition to the testing sites we currently have with OptumServe right now. So there are some things where I think we would have some of those similar characteristics. But I do think what we're seeing right now is our caseload is either flattening out or actually declining. And based on the metrics that are being used, I think we're going to be moving down into a lower tier here. As of my understanding is middle of the day, we should have a direct answer to that.
Yeah, and I think I just wanted to make that point because, again, it's kind of the inconsistency that San Diego and San Francisco moved forward with reopening ahead of our businesses that is problematic for me and creates concern from a lot of the public. You know, what are the metrics that are being used, and then how can we, as local electeds, help our business and our communities reopen safely using those metrics? So if we need more testing sites, I've repeatedly said this, let's get after it and let's do that so that we can reopen and give everybody the opportunity to have information as rapidly as possible if they do test positive, so they can stay home and quarantine and not continue the spread if that's the case. So I wanted to make sure of that. And then finally, this is my question to the rest of the board for our, we're going to hear from the public, and I'm really torn about this situation. I don't like to take on the state as a county supervisor. They may know more than we know. We've tried to ask them those questions and to get answers and haven't received those, but maybe there is some more information that we're not privy to yet. But I would ask the rest of you, if our caseload went up, if our hospitals did have problems, would we as a group be willing to support reproclaiming an emergency? And I don't expect an answer now, but I want us to consider that during the deliberation.
Sure. Thank you. Yes, actually, yes. I mean, if things got significantly worse, there's nothing that says that we can't look at moving backwards if need be. We've been very fortunate in that our numbers have declined, and our residents have done a very good job of doing what they've needed to do to be safe and sanitize and wear protection, et cetera. So I don't think there's any problem with that if we got to that place. I don't anticipate it as we've continued to watch numbers
I don't
in the
want
state
it,
of
but
California.
I want to assure our constituents that this is not a wholesale rebellion against well, maybe
well,
but that we are willing and we're working with our hospitals and our healthcare professionals to make sure, is this currently an emergency or not? And if it isn't now and it were to become an emergency, would be willing to re-enter into a state of emergency. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Holmes?
Thank you, Chair Gore, and thank you, Supervisor Gustafson. The questions you asked are the exact same ones that I wanted to ask, and I appreciate Supervisor Euler's and Supervisor Wygant's comments, and I share your frustration. We need to get our schools open, we need to get our businesses back open, and we need to take care of our folks so that we don't have as much mental illness. But if we rescind this local health emergency, the state health emergency still stays in place. Currently, our public safety officials are not enforcing any of the state regulations. We don't have enough code compliance officers to even think about going out and doing that. So I don't know what we accomplish by rescinding this local health emergency, other than maybe putting more than $27 million at risk of CARES Act funding. And so that's where I stand. I agree with you. I don't know what it's going to accomplish, but I would not want to put that type of funding into jeopardy. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Holmes. Before we move to public comment, I'd like to say a few things as well. Our numbers have increasingly declined, and I think for me, the biggest frustration was when the state changed its metrics right as we were about to go off the wait list and have the opportunity to allow our schools to open up and hopefully more businesses to open up. And that pretty much pushed me over, because as you look at what the metrics were, there really was not a lot of consistency at all. And that was very frustrating for our businesses, right? The governor continues to change metrics. And then to Supervisor Euler's point, at some point, there's no hope for businesses to actually open up 100%. And a lot of folks have criticized us as looking at our business community and being concerned about our business community, which we are, absolutely. But I'm concerned about the unemployment rate that was under 4% and now is about 11%. That means individuals are without jobs, which means a lot of families are without hope. Not enough money, our food pantries, in our food closets, the number of people are going to them because they can't take care of their families. Mental health. The mental health in our communities, the calls to our crisis lines, the isolation in our communities, domestic violence calls have increased, suicide numbers up, and then, yes, business closures. We have very low numbers. Supervisor Euler, thank you for pointing out how low these numbers are. Thank goodness. And I want people to know that we care about people's lives, but we also care about all the other effects that this pandemic has had and this shutdown has had on the lives of our community. People are dying in isolation, people are committing suicide, people are hurting at home, and these numbers do not warrant a local health emergency. They do not. And if we don't say something to the governor, if we don't stand up and say this is not correct, who else can do that? Look at Modoc County. Look at the other counties north of us. They aren't able to stand up and say no because they're concerned about the funding that they might lose. Supervisor Holmes, yes, I'm concerned about that funding, but I am way more concerned about the residents in our community and how this is affecting us. And we are fortunate because we are a community and a county because of the three of my colleagues who have worked really hard to make sure that we have funds in reserve so that we can weather this storm, so we can still take the CARES dollars that we have received and give them to our businesses, so that we could still take $500,000 and help make sure there's testing for our schools. I will encourage people to continue to maintain safety protocols, absolutely. And do we need to be concerned about our vulnerable populations and our seniors? Absolutely, absolutely. Which is why we're doing this, and I'm sanitizing my hands, and when I go to a grocery store, I'm standing away from people. And most of our residents have done that. They have clearly done that because our numbers have declined. And I say thank you. Thank you to our residents who care about one another. But at this point, I care enough about our residents to say that this health emergency by the governor it is no longer valid, at least in our community, probably in most of the communities in the state of California. Yes, there are hot spots. But for us, I believe it's time to take a stand and say no. And I know that there are a lot of people who disagree, but there are a lot of people who agree with me. And I know we can take care of one another. We have been doing that. And that would be my encouragement to all of us, is that we take care of one another. But if we don't stand up and say no, then who will? All right. It is time to go ahead and take public comment. We do have people in our chambers, and so I will start with those in our chambers. I'm going to start with the gentleman in the back, since he was one of the first people to come in this morning. We will take, looks like we have maybe 3 or 4 people in our chambers, and then we will go to the telephones.
Madam Chair, while he's coming up, may I
Yes,
just
sir.
say I wanted to thank you and our staff for getting our chambers back open to people. I think this is a very important part of us returning to normalcy, and to just thank you for making this all happen, allowing gentlemen like this to actually come and address us in person.
And if you'd say your name for us, sir.
Kenneth Rhodes. I'm a small 20-year resident of Placer County and 10-year business owner in Loomis, California. As a small business owner in Placer County for the past decade, we are ready to be open, our schools, businesses, so we can all earn a living and support our families. The government isn't paying us to be shut down. We're losing everything. I'm a father of 6 daughters. I have 6 grandchildren. 4 of my daughters work at our business, support my grandchildren from this money that we earned from this. We have no way to provide for our families. The data doesn't show that we should all be shut down. I mean, I'm concerned about our elderly. You know, my wife does in-home care with the elderly. We take all the precautions. You know, we go, people aren't even allowed in our shop. We went above and beyond the guidelines. We've done extra certification through the WHO, through OSHA for COVID-19 sterilization processes and everything. We don't allow anybody in our shop unless, you know, they don't even approach us unless they have a mask. If they don't have a mask, we provide the PPE for them, the same mask that you get in ER. We go through all the checklists. We take their temperatures, ask them even if they've taken any kind of medicine to, you know, subside of fever or anything like that. And if they don't answer any of those right, we reschedule them. We're not all just about the money. And we give back to our community, to Sierra Native Alliance, to the orphanages and stuff like that. We donate, we do good stuff for our community. We're not just takers. And I mean, come November, I mean, I just beat kidney cancer 3.5 years ago, so I've been paying everything 6 months to a year in advance, so my family's not left hurt if this comes back and gets me. And I'm almost at the end, or I'm gonna lose everything. I understand it's about keeping people healthy, and we went above and beyond every guideline in the state. We're so heavily regulated by the health department before, I mean, more than the COVID-19 guidelines that the state put out. We're more regulated than what they put out, and we went above and beyond. We didn't even open our lobby. We went to appointment only, staggered appointments, so that we don't have more than one person in. We don't allow their company to come sit with them when they get tattooed or pierced or anything. We've done everything we can, and I'm about to lose everything I've built.
Thank you so much for coming to share with us, sir. We really appreciate it. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Denise Aguilar. I am from San Joaquin County, and I came out here to support this resolution. You are right, the science is always differing depending on who's funding the science, but the data is not lying. It's really disheartening to know that Governor Newsom has not responded to any of the inquiries. It's also very disheartening to hear that he's withholding funds if you don't align with what he's saying, even though the data doesn't match. There is a risk of losing federal funding, state funding, but there's also a risk of losing families and children and businesses like this gentleman. We have to look at the bigger picture. This data is showing that the children are not affected, so why are we traumatizing these children by requiring masks and social distancing? Why are we telling people that they have to be afraid of each other and put masks on and not touch each other, showing children that it's scary to go and to talk to loved ones? What's happening right now is full-on tyranny, and I want to commend you guys for actually taking the leap and saying, no, we are in control of our counties. This is our job. This is your duty to go against what Newsom is saying if the data doesn't match. There is a risk, but there's a bigger risk if you do not open up and these families are suffering, these children are suffering, or elderly are sad and alone and have had no human contact with their family members for 6 months. If these workers can go into these elderly homes with proper PPE, then our loved ones can see each other with proper PPE if needed. It's time to open up the county. It's time to open up the nation because the data is not matching and the science has been corrupted.
Thank you for your comment.
Hi, Tara Thornton, Freedom Angels Foundation. Thank you a million for this. I cannot speak enough in support of the resolution to end the state of emergency in Placer County. To add to what Denise and everyone has said, this isn't week 1. This is week 6. 6 months in. And we have communities. This community and every community around this nation has not had the appropriate course correct that's been needed. You know, when at the beginning of this in March, Governor Newsom said, localism is deterministic. And that is something I actually agree with him on. That this is in our hands. If we're going to get it right anywhere, we're going to get it right locally. And it is on our small counties, is on counties like ours to lead the way, to take back the power into our hands. That's what this resolution will do. It doesn't mean people can't look to what the state has offered as their guidance. But right now, people feel like they're under laws. Like this is what tyranny is. They do not know how to function. They feel the pressure of liability. They feel the pressure from the public, and they are not able to course correct without the guidance of the people they've elected into the community to help support. Because otherwise, it's just small groups of people or individuals trying to make their way. We have what humanity should do in times of crisis is to pull each other closer and find solutions, to dig down and get into the weeds with each other on how do we do this right. And we cannot do this unless we are freed from the state on this. So taking the stand against the tyrannical orders of Newsom really is critical to this. You can let him do what he's saying, but take the power back here. Because as the gentleman spoke earlier, I'm out in the streets. I'm across this nation and people are hurting. And they need the tools and the power to take care of their children, to take care of the elders, to take care of the small businesses, because it is not happening. We have decimation in the last 6 months. So thank you for leading the way, because as you lead the way, you will help the counties that are far behind us. And we will show the model for how you do it, how you get people to, how to make sure their immune systems are healthy, that they have access and information on best and effective natural and allopathic treatments. Because most people don't know. They have no idea what's available to them, and it has frankly been blocked, which is criminal. Because if we care about the health and well-being of others, then we will make sure that they have access to the best care they can have. So please support this resolution and do not be beholden to money from the state. We are far better taking this into our hands and figuring it out on the same side of the table together in our towns. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Matthew. And then after this, we'll move to telephone calls.
This guy right here. Wow, thank you guys. Matthew Oliver. I am the owner of House of Oliver in Roseville. And before I say anything else, I want to say thank you to you. I have been extremely proud of our county and your leadership and the time you've taken and your support to small businesses and to families. I haven't always agreed with everything that our county supervisors have done, but I've appreciated the maturity in which we've handled ourselves and the way we've moved forward. So definitely a big thank you to you. I am a small business owner. Mr. Holmes, I absolutely want to address the fact of when we say, well, what are we accomplishing with this? You're supporting and standing with small business. You're supporting and standing with families. You're giving them the encouragement that they need in the toughest time. I'm known as a small business owner, but I'm a father, 5 kids. I'm a husband. I'm also a pastor of a church in Roseville. And when we look at, I think I've had a lot of people talk to me and say small businesses just want to be open for finances. Well, one, I didn't open a restaurant to make money. It's like you trying to be part of a city council or Placer County to make money. I did it to be a part of my community. I cared about my community. And I'm not wanting this to increase funds. What I'm actually worried about is an emergency that's taking place. I don't know about 6 months, but last week alone, I got to counsel with 5 families that had loved ones try to commit suicide. 5. All under the age of 30. So while we're dealing with the potential of losing government or state funds, you're losing lives. These are statistics that won't be included in the 47 suicides since March, because these are just attempted suicides, but they are impacting the families. Kids 16, 17 years old. 3 families last week where husbands and wives are separating because of the emotional stress. Right now, when we look, Ms. Gufferson, thank you. When we look at the situation and we go, well, what are we actually accomplishing? And are we going against the state? We are going against the state, because what we're doing is we're saying we're giving permission to families to be families. We're giving permissions to mothers and fathers to make a living for their family. We're giving permissions for kids to go back to school, to play with friends, to have parties, to go to weddings, to begin to have birthdays, to begin to celebrate life again. And for the last 6 months, we have not had life to the point where people are trying to take it. We can make a difference. And I believe you're going to get a lot of calls of people saying, hey, let's shut down. But I really encourage you. This step of removing the state of emergency is going to give our community the support needed so that we can thrive. And you know as well, when we're opening up, you don't have to worry about that state money, because you're going to make so much money on businesses, on taxing those businesses that are going to be thriving in our economy and our culture. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Matthew. Thank you for sharing your experiences. We'll move to calls on the phone, please. And just as a reminder, folks, we do ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes or below. I know we have a number of people who want to make comments.
Good morning, caller. Please state your name for the record and give your comments.
My name is Rebecca Galling. I am a Loomis resident. I am calling to express my concern and objection to the resolution proclaiming termination of rescinding this proposal, and this is the reason why. I am not denying the hardships remaining from the COVID-19 epidemic. The preservation of life has come at horrific cost to our community in all of its manifestations, economically and socially. I understand that folks want to send their children to schools, attend church, sing in a choir, play in an orchestra, and eat at a restaurant. Who doesn't want this? But when you read the whereas statements, I have objections to 2 in particular. One of them, it's on page 6 of 7 at the top of the page, where specifically it says that the COVID deaths were not accurate because the citing of the reason for death on the death certificate was in 6% of the cases only COVID-19. Well, we know that when physicians write the cause of death or a medical examiner, there are typically many associating reasons for that death. And we also know that in 6% of the cases that only COVID-19 was given as a reason. And right here in this resolution, that's extrapolated to saying that only 6% of the people really died from COVID. We know that's not true. Mr. Euler asked Dr. Sison, and she specifically said that is not true. It is a misinterpretation of the data, and that these folks did die of COVID. They just had comorbidities that contributed to that illness and death. In addition, right underneath that, there's a whereas statement that we should all be moving to herd immunity. Well, we know also that we're not going to get herd immunity without a vaccine. Dr. Fauci has basically said that any movement in a country as big and populated as ours towards herd immunity won't happen without terrific cost of life. And frankly, I have an issue when you have people up there with business saying, we're complying, we're wearing masks, we're taking temperatures, when Mr. Euler still has a statement on his Facebook page refusing to wear a mask. And so he's not supporting opening up and moving forward in a way that is safe for all. That's my statement. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record and give your comments.
Hello, this is Stephen Moore in Granite Bay, and I'd like to ask that you please terminate the Placer County Health Declaration. This should have been done months ago. The pandemic is over. It could be argued that there never was a pandemic to begin with. When we've had more people die from the swine flu, from Spanish flu, last year alone, through tuberculosis, over 1.5 million people died. Where were the masks then? Where was the PPE then? No one wore it. We didn't need it. But now the media is taking control, and there is a narrative that's becoming more and more evident as every moment goes by. It's time we take our county back.
Thank you
Just for
for
the
your...
sake of our children. Just for the sake of our children. For myself, what matters in life is God, family, and everything else. Governor Newsom has taken it all away. He's taken my church away. He's taken my ability to earn a living and to supply for that family that I love so much. And then he's reached out, and he's hurting our children as well, not allowing them to go to school. They are the least vulnerable of all of us. And true numbers state that. True numbers. And even the CDC has come out just recently and stated that only 9,500 people across this entire nation had actually died from COVID alone. Your last caller was completely wrong on all of her points. There's just too much evidence out there that this COVID is going to go down as the biggest hoax in the history of the world. Some people will not figure it out until communist tanks are rolling in front of their house. And even then, some of them still won't get it. This is a political takeover, and they're frightening people. There's a brand new commercial. There's a couple of them, courtesy of the state of California. You're going to be seeing on your television pretty soon. They're meant for one thing, to breathe fear into the people. One of them shows a group of kids having fun, like at a disco or something. And they're just having a good time. They're having drinks. They're dancing. But underneath it all, you hear this voice. And this voice is supposed to be the nasty COVID bug. Yes, keep having fun. Keep partying up. Don't wear a mask. And make sure to give Nana a big hug and kiss for me.
Sir, your time's up.
Yeah.
Thank you for your comments.
Thanks a lot.
Thank
You're
you.
moving in the right direction. Keep it up.
Next caller, please.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record and give your comments. Good morning, caller. Please state your name for the record and give your comments.
Hi.
Hi. Please state your name for the record and give your comments.
Hello, my name is Asad Hafiz.
Go ahead.
Hello, hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Oh, my apologies. Gosh. I'm just urging this committee to do the right thing, vote against the local emergency. I sent an email of 12 points. Asad Hafiz is my name. I'll only have time to get through maybe 4 of them. Point 1, is the destruction of the schooling system and learning for our students. Masks are introducing anxiety and distractions, vaccines, including other mandatory interventions. This is all leading to destroying socialization of our children, promoting more technology and screen time on the distance options. It's more distractions, more technology addiction. It's leaving us families with pulling out of schools or going to these inefficient programs, or ending schooling as we know it. We don't need this kind of pressure at this time. Point number 3 I'm going to mention is dehumanization. That's what this masks is, and we already see where that's leading when people don't read emotions and can't read facial expressions. We have groups in the street that are taking advantage of the dehumanization. I'm going to jump to point 4, attacks on faith, spirituality, houses of worship. The enforcement is targeting these guys instead of the people on the street. I could say so much more, but I'm going to go ahead and skip past that. Point 11, officials are using extremist politics and agendas. We already hear plenty about BLM and Antifa online, but the World Economic Forum has called all of these type of measures as the so-called Great Reset to make capitalism better than before. I could say so much more, but we basically have a lot of groups that are exploiting this for their radical politics and sometimes business and special interest agendas. We could spend time talking about Bill Gates as well, but there's only so much time I have here. And I'm not sure where I'm at on the timer, if I have a minute left or less than a minute. But basically, as a concerned parent, I think most important out of all of this is what can we do as local officials. We can end this local emergency, start to turn our local community's interests more important than all these other competing interests. I'll go ahead and let the remaining time go. Thank you for everything you do. I pray and hope you do the right thing.
Thank you. We'll take the next caller, and just an encouragement to people to keep comments brief because we do have 65 people who would like to share. Thank you.
Good morning, caller. Please state your name for the record. Good morning. Please state
Hello,
your
this is Ashley Huffing.
Go ahead.
Hi, I just want to share some of my thoughts, and I just want to say I believe that we should completely terminate this local health emergency and rescind it. I would like to see Placer County move into a sanctuary county and protect our citizens. As a state, I see that our governor is using this as a political ploy, and we are playing right into his hands as he is putting these horrible restrictions on our families. It's really medical tyranny is how I see this. It is really horrible, and I see it every day in what's going on with my family, my children, my business that we've worked so hard for. If you really care about your communities, then you need to stop this madness, and please open up our counties. Let the people use their own judgment for their own health precautions. Nobody's stopping them from continuing to take the precautions that they feel is necessary for their own life and liberty, but to be forcing this on individuals is incredibly oppressive. We are losing our family business that has been in our family for 4 generations, and it is horrible hardship. Speaking to the PCR test, it is a replicating test so that anybody could be tested positive, and that same person could also be tested negative depending on where that test is set, which is completely ludicrous that we should be testing all these people and setting that test wherever the government sees fit. This test was not designed to test individuals. It was designed for lab testing only. It was not designed for diagnostics. Even the creator of the PCR test said it should never be used for diagnostics of a disease to the public. And if that is coming from the creator of this test, then I see this as somebody completely using this to their own advantage for their own political gain. And I think it is absolutely disgraceful that we are continuing to play into this political ploy while families are losing everything. Please terminate this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record and give your comments.
Jim Johnson. Thank you for this opportunity. My words will be brief. Don't misunderstand them.
You get it closer.
In the strongest way I could pass with emotion, pass this resolution. We need to get our heads back. I hope you'll listen to the facts, listen to the people. We want our heads back. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record and give your comments.
Hi, this is Janice LaRue.
Go ahead, Janice.
Great, let me do this. I'm calling in to express bewilderment, frustration, and disappointment at this proposed resolution. That this was developed at all is an embarrassment, that it will likely be passed as shameful and imprudent. I have always had respect and faith that this board's actions would be reasoned and courageous with the overall good of the county at heart. You indicate that by removing the local emergency, it will not affect the state orders. That's to say nothing will change for us. It doesn't open us up. It doesn't open up our businesses, our schools. Why then do this, except to make a public health issue a political one? Why issue this resolution and confuse Placer County residents and bring scrutiny from the state on us? This was never a reckless board who would be misled by fringe theories or swept off its steady course by extremists. This resolution is baffling. How one could aver that our considerable efforts have yielded good results and have helped flatten the curve, and then argue that we should stop our efforts is incoherent at best. Medical experts are cited who hold beliefs that are viewed by the preponderance of worldwide scientific minds as ungrounded, unproven, and even dangerous. The resolution scoffs at the governor's reference to a twin-demic COVID, flu, fall and winter season when again, the medical community at large has been raising serious concerns about this. I ask if you really believe what's written in this resolution and all of those whereases, that we tell the state to stop its current health directives and seek herd immunity as its primary COVID response? What does your health officer think about this? Even Bonnie, what does Kaiser think about this course of action?
I don't work at Kaiser any
If we were to stop the
longer.
preventive measures that are in place and rely on the development of herd immunity, between 1,200 and 2,400 people in Placer County are predicted to die from COVID, up to 2,400 needless deaths. The lame duck Supervisor Euler, who has the strongest contrarian alternate reality voice, will no longer be a member of this board when you have to face that reckoning. How can you possibly think that Placer County is so special that it will defy the odds and have better outcomes, especially given the large number of seniors who live here? The discussion and dismissal about the age of those who have become sick or died is particularly unnerving. We are an old county. Our seniors, our veterans, our retirees deserve our care, all of them. If we had any other circumstance of 2,400 preventable deaths, you would try everything you could to stop it, or at least you should. On top of the risk of
Thank you
sickness
for your
and
call.
death, there is a risk of losing $1 million of COVID relief funding
Janice?
in passing this resolution.
Janice, I'm sorry, your
Why
time
do
is
this
up.
to us?
Thank you for your comments.
We are going to keep people to under 3 minutes because we've got a lot of folks. So when we let you know it's time to wrap up, it's time to wrap up.
Good morning. Caller, please turn your audio off in the background, caller. Please state your name for the record and go ahead and give your comments.
Hello, my name is Hans Geyer. I live in Loomis and have been in Placer County for 23 years. I would like to state with what Todd Leopold started out with. This resolution will not change anything of what has to happen and what will happen in this county. This whole thing is just mental masturbation. It doesn't serve any positive purpose. It just risks potential funding. Why I think this resolution should be completely pulled back is because there are at least 3 items in there that make absolutely no sense. One is where it talks about that the Board of Supervisors is informed and believes, based on expert opinion, that the current herd immunity threshold could be well as low as 10 to 20%. This is utter nonsense. No country on earth believes that. This has been debunked in the scientific community all around the world. But just to say, if this were correct, why the hell are we still funding this serology study for which the county is paying $250,000? We either believe in one or the other, but not in both. Second thing then is, it talks about the Center of Health Statistics shows that 6% of deaths only lead to, are due to COVID. The previous caller has pointed that out already. Dr. Sisson has explained that in the last meeting already. Either the board was all asleep when Dr. Sisson explained that, or the board does not believe that Dr. Sisson knows how to fill out a death certificate. And the last but not least, and I think that's the most embarrassing one, the board obviously cannot do percentage calculations. In the paragraph where it talks about how many people in Placer County have been exposed to COVID, how many died from it, it talks about the 3,000 some deaths out of 400,000, and it calls that 8/100 of 1%. Let me give you something that every 4th and 5th grader knows. This is 0.8%, not 8/100 of a percent. The number of deaths of 34 in 400,000 is not 8/10,000ths of a percentage point. It is 8/1000ths of a percent. If we are 10x off in public documents that we want to publish, we should not expect that the governor or the California government ever even answers our letter. This is ridiculous. Somebody should at least check the numbers. There's so much other misinformation going around, but this is unnecessary. So I request that the Board of Supervisors completely pulls back that resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record and give your comments.
My name is Tony Mancaruso, and my concern is that based on what the CDC has stated as far as the revised counts, it has become really clear that this lockdown is unnecessary, and it has been extremely overblown. The economic cost of the lockdown to our country and our state has been extreme. Just doing the bailout dollars has put us indentured for years untold, and our children. And we really need to be held accountable for what we're doing to our children and our future generations. And we need to start working on making this a better world for our kids. And I'm talking about for our country specifically. And what we're doing economically to them, destroying the local businesses, the small businesses in exchange for the large businesses is just cruel. People need to be able to start up businesses and run them and support their families, and they've been shut down. We have, in spite of the shutdown for medical reasons, the social costs include increased depression, suicides, and people being stuck in their houses with domestic abuse. And the children are not having a healthy lifestyle. They have the lack of ability to interact and play outdoors. Parks and trails are being closed off, roped off. Online schooling is not as effective and is another economic hardship for families. And churches need to be open. We need to be able to go and worship God. It's in our faith to do that, to not forsake the assembling together of the saints. And that's an important part to our psyche and emotional health, too. But basically, this tyrannical takeover, and I say that conservatively speaking, but it truly has been a tyrannical takeover in our state. And in Placer County, I would request that you restore us to a state of normalcy and not let us become a socialist county and socialist state where people are not allowed to have independent decision about their lives. And thank you for listening.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon.
Hello, this
Please.
is Jennifer Loza. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I am very concerned about this because we are a state of freedom. This is California, and I am having friends call from all other states asking me if it's true that we are having all these rules put upon us. And I'm having to tell them that, yes, it is true. So people from other states are shocked that we are being shut down the way that we are, that the businesses are being shut down the way that they are. Chuck E. Cheese is going to be a memory in our past because it is being liquidated because they have not been able to make money. This is not communism. We are having to have secret Bible studies and secret churches like China. This is ridiculous. This is California. This cannot be happening. Please overturn this health emergency.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record and give your comments.
Cindy Farrell.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to touch on a few things. Everybody made some really fantastic points. Mr. Euler, I completely agree. Your numbers don't stand up to the regulations currently in place. Google's numbers show higher than your local data, but only, pretty much 1% of the population has tested positive, if that's even accurate. And of those who have tested positive, only pretty much 1% has passed, and the majority of those who have passed are elderly. Ms. Gustafson, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, I understand the fear of losing funding and fighting the higher tier government, but we can't be afraid to hold accountable those who are responsible to lead and also to communicate with us. Especially as you all have pointed out that there have been multiple attempts to seek that communication. Mr. Holmes, I understand that there's concern to, rescinding this order, it takes a stand against those who are holding jobs and businesses hostage. Loss of funding, it shouldn't be officials nearly as much as families who can't afford to live or who soon won't be able to, as we've heard from the first gentleman who was in the building who spoke. And then right directly after you had your comments, Chairwoman Gore touched on all of those things exactly how it felt, standing up to Governor Newsom is something that even if others are too concerned about funding to stand up, it is something that needs to happen. Even if this doesn't change anything on a state level, it's someone taking a stand to say, hey, the data currently, it was originally going to be 2 weeks of quarantine. It's now turned into 6 months. The data we currently have does not warrant the continued shutdown. As other callers and people have mentioned, this is affecting physical and mental health. This is affecting, the livelihoods of people. I agree with, protect the elderly. Absolutely, they are the most vulnerable and those who are immunocompromised. But as one of the women in the building mentioned, people need to be left to make their own health decisions in that manner if they are concerned, because it is a legitimate threat for that group of people. There is contactless grocery delivery. There are things in place to limit contact for those people. But as one caller said, who is against relinquishing the local county ordinance, protecting elderly, leaving them in isolation is in protection of them. Someone else also mentioned that. Mental health is a big part of physical health. So I absolutely believe that for the all-encompassing safety of human life, that the county and hopefully eventually the state will be reopened.
Thank you for your comments.
Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record and give your comments.
Hello, thank you for taking my call. My name is Alex. I'm actually a resident of Sacramento County, but I'm a native of Placer County, and I have a family living and running small businesses in Placer County. I'm calling on their behalf, as well as the impact that this can have on surrounding counties, our state, and our nation at large. I am in full support of ending the health emergency, allowing businesses to open and flourish, and allowing life to go on with some semblance of normal. Factually speaking, the ever-changing data has not and does not support a continued lockdown of Placer County. I believe at this point this goes without being said. I understand people are afraid, they're fearful of illness and the impact that it can have, but given all that's at stake, I really think we need to put facts over fear. Personally, I can attest to the unbelievable amount of disrupt, challenge, and stress this has put on small business owners in your county. So much so to where the business owners that I know aren't sure if they're going to be able to survive this with all of the pressure, all of the overreaching mandates, and etc. They may have to close their doors or worse, sleep and find somewhere where they can contribute their gifts to the community, meanwhile supporting their families. Thank you so much for hearing my call and for your consideration.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record and give your comments.
Hi, my name is Amelia, and I just wanted to voice my opinion as far as against the lockdown right now, because I just don't understand where in the Constitution it says that all of our freedoms can be suspended on the whim of a state governor for as long as he wants over a disease with a 99.7% survival rate. And I mean, this is the same governor who, you know, despite the CDC coming out and saying that we don't need testing with people who don't have symptoms if they've come into contact, he says he disagrees with the CDC and he's going to proceed in the manner in which he thinks is best. I mean, the guy who made a deal with China, $1 billion mask deal, and then 10 days later forced all of California on a lockdown and to use masks. I just think that, I mean, are we going to believe their narrative or facts? The facts also state that the CDC updated their website and said that 6% of all the deaths of COVID are directly linked to COVID, and 94% of them had comorbidities. And nobody's talking about that. That's roughly only 10,000 people. I understand that that is a lot of people. I'm not trying to diminish their lives, but at the same time, let's look at reality here. And the fact of the matter is more people die from flu every year. There have been close to 50,000 suicides alone this year, mostly due to the impact of COVID and the lockdowns. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
They're queuing up the next call. Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name for the record and give your comments.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Rochelle Cole, and I'm calling from San Joaquin Valley, and I am just calling in favor for the removal of the emergency stay-at-home order that you guys have in place right now with the county. It's just so devastating to me to watch all these families and lives just be completely destroyed by this order. People are losing everything they have. Children are, you know, being neglected, and I've seen it firsthand, destroying families left and right. So I really hope that you guys, I appreciate the meeting that you're doing today and listening to everybody's comments, and I really hope that, you know, my goal and my hope is that all counties come together and we stand up to Newsom and this unconstitutional order that he has put in place. But again, I am in support for ending the public health emergency in Placer County. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
They're getting the caller on the line. Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record and give your comments.
Hi, my name is Monique Temez, and I just wanted to call in support of the resolution to end the lockdown. It just doesn't make any sense anymore. The hospitals have never been inundated. Am I on?
Yes, you're on.
Sorry. The hospitals were never inundated with patients. So that since that was like the main point, I feel like we should be able to reopen, and it's just being extended because one person is dictating it to be that way, which is the governor. So I just think it's time to reopen, and I'm glad that you guys are doing this and possibly paving the way for the rest of the counties in the state to follow suit. So good job, and hopefully you guys pass this resolution.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record and give your comments.
Yes, my name is Mike Mullen, and I'm calling to urge the council to reopen the county. This is just nonsense. You're killing our kids, and there's no reason for it. Just look at the statistics that we've done. The time that we've had Home Depot and Walmart and Lowe's open, and people go in and out, no problem. The statistics are just, it's right there. If you follow the medicine, this is not the epidemic from the early 1900s. This is just a sad strain of flu. And yes, it's COVID-19. It's 19 because there have been 18 predecessors. And if we wait for a vaccine to open the counties, by that time we will be economically in the dumpster. So please, please reopen it. For the sake of the children, the sake of the families, let us get back to work. Let the kids go back to school. You know, we all die. We haven't cured death yet. So that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record and give your comments.
Hi, my name is Renette Senham, and I live in Nevada City, California. I am the former mayor of Nevada City, and first of all, I would like to say thank you so much to the supervisors, to Supervisor Kirk Euler for having the foresight and intelligence to bring this most important matter to the attention of the supervisors and the county. The reason why I'm calling you and giving public comment is because I am hoping that you will all take this bold step in leadership and bring this insanity and this lunacy to an end. We have been also in lockdown here in Nevada County. We do not have the supervisors that have the backbone and courage that all of you have. So I'm hoping that you will encourage them with your leadership to do the same and follow suit. I don't need to tell you this has created economic mayhem in Nevada County, Placer County, El Dorado County, all the counties throughout California. It is also creating psychological warfare on children returning to school, being stuck online in front of screens. It is destroying people's hopes, their investments, their future, and we need to stop. We need to go back to life, and we need to go back to living. So I would just like to say I implore all of you to unanimously vote and approve the stoppage of this emergency health ordinance. And thank you so much once again for all of your leadership.
Thank you for your call. Next caller.
They're getting the caller on the line now. Some of the callers aren't answering as they're calling, so that's our delay.
So we do have people that were calling back, correct? And so
They're
some
still
folks aren't
calling.
answering. So we're just, we did take reservations, we're calling people back. So thanks for your patience. We do want to allow people to have the opportunity to comment.
Good afternoon. Go ahead and state your name for the record and give your comments.
Danny Lynn Carter.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to call in and give my call in to end the lockdown. I feel like it's really important for families at this time to be able to get back to their lives and supporting their kids. I feel like it's very important for kids to get back into school and have that natural learning ability through play and through social interaction. I'm just grateful to have this voice in this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record and give your comments.
Adriana Simrak.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to give my support for getting rid of the local health emergency and opening things back. I'm definitely for it and hope that you guys agree and get rid of that.
Thank you very much for your call.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record and give your comments.
Yvonne Tibbs.
Go ahead.
Hi, I just want to thank Kurt Euler for all he has done for Placer County and the Freedom Angels for giving us the opportunity to speak our mind and our opinion on this lockdown on California. I think it's gone way too long, and we need to get back to family life and seeing our grandparents and our loved ones and have our kids go back to school. I have a 9-year-old granddaughter who says she hates school now and because of this online learning, and she misses her friends. And it's just ridiculous that Costco, Home Depot, Lowe's, all these other places could be open, but we can't have a church open, and that's what gives us our faith on our daily life. We love God. He gives us our strength to live. And I don't know, it's just really sad that we allow a governor to put all these restrictions on us when we are humans and we have life and we have businesses that are suffering. And I just want us to get back to normal. And I want to thank you guys for letting our voices be heard as well.
Thank you for your call. Next caller.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record and give your comments.
Grace Sprayberry.
Go ahead.
I feel you guys should open up the county. We've been locked up in our homes way too long. Kids need to be with other kids to grow socially, and we need to get this economy back up.
Great. Thank you very much for your call.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Please state your name and give your comments for the record.
I feel you guys should open up the county.
Lydia Person.
Go ahead. Can you turn your audio off in the background?
I suppose it doesn't help for you to hear what you've already said. I am calling to support the resolution to rescind the emergency resolution. I agree that with so many of your other callers that really what's happening is we are having our freedoms stolen from us with fear. People are being controlled with fear. The true statistics are very telling, but I also want to address a couple of issues that I don't think have been addressed yet. I don't think you've had a call yet from anybody up here in the Truckee Tahoe area. I can tell you that there is no stay-at-home order in effect up here. It has been like wall-to-wall holiday time up here. We are flooded with tourists, and even after being flooded with tourists, the death rate does not justify the restrictions on the local businesses, the churches, and on the schools. But I point that out to say that the way that these state regulations are being enforced is completely hypocritical. It's not fair how you are applying or how the regulations are being applied differently to the local businesses. We can't keep our small businesses closed. We have so many people that are unable to keep their doors open, can't keep the schools closed. I can tell you as a family law attorney up here that the emotional and financial toll on some families is horrific. And then other families that, frankly, are misusing the funds that are being provided by the government, they're doing just fine. And so taking the CARES money and encouraging the government bureaucracy and the government to support the people and for people to be dependent on the government is not a reason to continue this. People need to be free to make their own money and not become dependent on the government. So just being able to take the CARES money and using government funds, that is not a reason to continue to restrict people's freedom in the hypocritical way that it's been enforced. So please stop tying people's hands, let them work, let them be free, and stop the hypocritical enforcement of these state regulations. And I so appreciate the fact that this resolution to rescind the emergency resolution has been brought. It is completely appropriate. It's time to do away with the restrictions on our local communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record and give your comments.
Oh, hello?
Yes, please state your name for the record and give your comments.
Yes, my name is Sabra Garcia, and I'm a resident of Roseville, beautiful area. I am so in favor of taking off the lockdown completely. I will just say ditto to all the other callers, and I won't take up your time with all the details that I agree with for taking it down. I am 76 years old, so some, probably most, would say I am in a vulnerable group, but I want to get back to church. I want to get back out with the community, and I believe the majority of us want to do so also. And thank you so much for taking this up, and I pray that you will listen to all of us calling in to get rid of this lockdown. Take a stand. Be strong. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please. We've only had like 20, so I know there's a few more there.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Marissa Ostrom.
Go ahead.
I just want to, let you guys know that these lockdowns, I was listening earlier. I really appreciate all of you fighting for us to get this back open in a reasonable way. This is really hurting our community, and I wanted to share with you guys that our kids, we have 4 kids. We live in Roseville, and we've had them all go through public school, and our communities are brought together through sports and school and spending time together this way. And the fact that we have not been able to is causing a ripple effect that I don't know if you guys are really even not aware of how bad it is for these kids. And I really hope and pray that you'll do everything in your power to get these kids back in school and able to be with each other and be on their teams and have this community because we need it. This weekend, my son is an 11-year-old at Cooley Middle School, and this weekend his best friend was hit and killed while skateboarding down the street. And I'm not saying that's necessarily a COVID problem, but I will say that if the structure was in place that is supposed to be in place,
I really do think that this could have been avoided. And this is just one story of hundreds and hundreds of stories of kids that are suffering from no structure and no outlets and no community.
Thank you for your comment and our condolences to that family.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record and give your comments.
Hi, my name's Antonio Bistrain. I'm a California resident. I just feel like this whole thing's been blown out of proportion, and the sooner we can get back to some, back to the way things were, the sooner small businesses can, start to make some money for their families. I think it's horrible that all these businesses are getting boarded up, and the one thing is that the hospitals were full and people were dropping like flies. That'd be one thing, but this isn't that. And so I just feel like enough is enough. It's basically a flu, and maybe a contagious flu, but the deaths and the hospitalizations are not corresponding with why we have to shut down the fifth largest economy in the world. It's beyond belief, and that's all really I have to say.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record and give your comments.
My name is Tamara Rowe, and do you need to know where I am?
No, go ahead.
Okay, so my public comment is to end the emergency. There is no emergency. Be the leader. There are other leaders that are stepping up around California even. If you haven't heard, El Cajon mayor brought the city council together for a special meeting to discuss directing their police to stop enforcing laws and regulations related to the coronavirus pandemic. That agenda item passed. And El Cajon, as a city, is no longer going to participate in picking the winners and losers in this pandemic. Now, what they said, I'm just going to read this article because it's very important. They're not telling people to stop social distancing or wear masks. The police department, however, has been instructed not to tell a business it must be shuttered or to enforce mask and distancing requirements. This, of course, does not mean that the county or the state cannot use their own powers of enforcement, and I expect that they may just do that. My impetus is doing this is not political, though I suppose a few will believe that. My aim is to help the people. We need a leader. You guys can be the leader for not only California, but the entire nation. This article continues by the mayor. The people I talk with are suffering. They are isolated and alone. Many are enduring severe financial hardship, only to be eclipsed for some by significant depression, anxiety, family strife, addiction, weight gain, the inability to access health care, and, well, you can see where this is going. Economically, California's response to the virus has been devastating. And this article goes on to say how El Cajon was affected. When all of this began in March, I physically stood with the county health officials. I understood the plan to flatten the curve. And having been a hospital administrator, I agreed with the need to protect access to ICU beds and ventilators. Then, however, 2 weeks turned into several months, and the toll we as a society were paying for safety was, in my opinion, becoming far too high. I apologize this. And I can go on and on with this article. What we as the people are asking you to do is to step up and be the leader for not only your county, but all of California, and therefore all of the United States. We are...
Wrap it up.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Your time has expired.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record and give your comments. Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record and give your comments. Caller, are you there?
Next caller.
They're getting the next one on the line.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record and give your comments.
Jennifer Steele. And I'd just like to say that I am hoping that we're able to reopen up all of our restaurants, all of our retail stores. I'm a business owner in Roseville of a retail store. And I just think it's so important, especially looking at the numbers, that we just reopen everything so that our economy can get going again. And also for the mental part of it, I happen to send out flowers. I'm a flower shop. And a lot of the flower orders that we send out are unfortunately suicide. And I really believe that if we just open up again and be able to be a community again with other people, how important it is to be together, I really believe that we'll just see such a difference in every area, and including churches. I'm a big proponent of opening churches again. I think that if we can stand in a grocery store with lots of people inside of there that are usually not even maintaining 6 feet apart, and we're still seeing lower numbers, I think it's totally safe to reopen our churches as well. And I just want to say thank you to all of you guys that serve our community, and thank you for opening up for public comment. I really appreciate everything that you guys do. And I just am for reopening everything in our county. And that's it.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record and give your comments.
Hi, this is Darcy Womack. I'm from Oakdale, California, the Stanislaus area, and I am definitely for opening up schools, also opening up our churches. I think we've seen the numbers, we know what's going on. I follow all this as well, and I would just really enjoy my children having some normalcy back in their life. And I appreciate you guys opening it up for public speaking to voice our opinions. So thank you so much.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
They're getting the caller on the line.
I think so. I'm not really sure.
Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name for the record and give your comments.
My name is Anna Marie Seifert. Good afternoon. I'm calling to support the ending of the health emergency order. In March, when we began a journey into the unknown, our goal was to not overwhelm the health systems, and I think that we succeeded in that mission. Since then, we've learned a lot. Testing has increased, so we know, of course, more positives will be likely, but the death count has decreased. The latest goalpost reset was that now they're using positive test metrics on a color-coded chart, no less, with no green. That doesn't make any sense. Restaurants have been jumping through hoops to be able to make it. How is it that you can eat outside in extreme temperatures and poor air quality, but not indoors? So many have had to close permanently. And it also has been shown that the rules apply to those to us, but not to the ones that are making the rules. And it almost seems now that it's more about politics than about public health. Children need to be in school, in person, no masks. Having my kindergarten grandchild in tears almost daily out of frustration with the online learning system is just heartbreaking. Teachers are trying, but for most students, distance learning is actually futile. Every person and every business is essential. This health emergency order needs to end for the emotional, mental, social, and economic well-being of all of our residents. One size does not fit all. And some people want to continue the current protocol, by all means. They should have the freedom to do so. But it should not be mandated towards anyone. It needs to be by choice. Once again, I support an end to this health emergency order, and I would also even go so far as to request that we become a sanctuary county, keeping our control 100% local. Thank you so much for your time and the opportunity to speak with the board. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the next caller, and as we do that, because we've almost taken about an hour and a half of public testimony, if there are no longer any new comments to the Board of Supervisors, we will end public comment for item 4.A, resolution proclaiming termination of the Placer County Declaration of Local Health Emergency regarding COVID-19 and rescinding the resolution 2020-034 as modified by resolution 2020-137 in its entirety at 1 p.m. So we will end public comment at 1 p.m. Any further comments should be sent to the clerk of the board at mwood@placer.ca.gov. So I'm just letting you folks know there are people in the queue, but we're hearing a lot of the same comments, and we appreciate that, and we still have other business before the board. So with that, we'll take the next call.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record and give your comments.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gore and the Board of Supervisors. My name is Kathleen Crawford, and I live in Roseville. And I am calling today in opposition to your resolution. I believe that the state of emergency remains in Placer County, and I will point out to you that your hospitalization rate, you had 8 available regular surgical beds and 0 ICU beds as of the report on file this morning on your website at 9 a.m. So hospitalization is still a concern, and it's one of the issues that is really very problematic. I would point out, particularly in the South Placer region, that infection is not declining as much as it is countywide. And so those of you who have Roseville and Lincoln as part of your jurisdictional places should be paying particular attention. In zip code 95747, we have 90.1 out of 10,000 population cases. In 95678, we have 117.7 per 10,000 population. And in Lincoln at 95648, we have 103.6 per 10,000 population. The 14-day positivity rate is at 119.7 per 100,000 population. Our deaths continue to increase. We're up to 36 deaths now. There is and remains in our community substantial amounts of COVID-19 infection. I am very concerned about the timing of this resolution because, as you know, we just finished the Labor Day holiday. There were spikes after graduations, Memorial Day holiday, 4th of July holiday, and very likely there will be another spike after the Labor Day holiday. And the spikes occurred 2 to 3 weeks after those weekends. Also, many schools in South Placer are resuming hybrid schooling beginning September 21st. So we've had senior populations who are remaining very closely sheltered in place. We've had school-age populations that have remained pretty close to home. And the increasing population with infection has been the people returning to work, those between the ages of 18 and 64. We will see increasing infection rates with children, likely, and we can note that by looking at the experience of other states who've had schools open for over a month. Many of them are closing schools back down. Many of them are closing colleges and universities back down. And it is very problematic to our teaching staff, who are not necessarily young people. young people are generally people who may be spreading the infection rather than suffering from the medically hospitalized portion of the infection. But we don't know yet about a lot of long-term rates, which is long-term concerns, which is why parents are being very
Your time is up.
Careful.
Thank you for your comments.
Viewing the next caller.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record and give your comments.
My name's Darren Ludlam. I just wanted to say that I'm so encouraged to see this resolution brought forth here, and to use one of the previous supervisor's terms. I can't remember who it was. She said that this resolution is not a wholesale rebellion against the state. However, I think this is exactly what it needs to be, a wholesale rebellion against the state. We need to throw off the tyranny and the unlawful edicts that are being thrown at us. Then I had another concern I heard in your discussion. The question was raised that would the county lose any money if you voted in favor of this? And so I would say that you shouldn't base your decision on whether you should vote for this resolution if you lose money. That seems like it's fraud, because this is a decision on whether there's a state of emergency, not if you would lose money. So it doesn't seem like a correct basis to make that decision. So anyway, I just want to encourage you all to be leaders, as many of the other people have said, be leaders among all the counties in California and the nation, and open our businesses, churches, etc. And one last thing, the one piece of information that's missing from the state is that this illness is easy to treat. It's not what they're saying it is. It's easy to treat. So I encourage you to vote in favor of this and let people live their lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record and give your comments.
Is it me?
Yes,
Susanna
go ahead.
Tupper? Hi, my name is Susanna Tupper. I'm a resident of Roseville. And what I wanted to say is, we were really strict at the beginning of this shutdown, and we did really well keeping our numbers down. And then Memorial Day came, and people felt like they were tired of it, and so they went, did the barbecues, did the whatever they were going to do. And obviously the numbers went up. Then they started going up, and people were a little bit more afraid, and people started wearing masks more, and the numbers went down. Great, wonderful. So what I'm concerned about is that the signaling that you guys are doing by saying, oh, this emergency is over, is basically going to be telling us that everything is fine and people are going to open up and do whatever they want to do, thinking, if you've listened to the callers ahead of me, you've heard everybody say, open the businesses, open this, open that. And you've already made it clear that this really isn't going to change anything as far as businesses go. But what you're going to do by voting for this is you're going to signal to the residents of this county and to businesses that everything's cool, there's nothing to worry about, there's no more emergency, and it's going to be a free-for-all, guaranteed, especially if people are not asking people to continue with the mask wearing. I just think that this is a recipe for disaster, especially coming up on flu season. And anything that happens after this, you guys will have to take on as your responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Hi there.
Please state your name for the record and give your comments.
Sure. Hi, my name is Whitney Mello. I'm a Placer County resident. I'm a small business owner that's struggling to stay afloat, a mother, wife, and a deeply grieved and concerned member of our community. I just wanted to take a moment here today to talk about moving forward with ending the emergency order here in Placer County on behalf of the now much larger percentage of our community who are deeply suffering from mental health disorders like anxiety, depression, PTSD, those who need ongoing support for recovery from addiction and trauma, and those whose lives are still hanging in the balance and who are desperately trying to survive while our local economy continues to decline and our family unit disparagingly suffers and rips apart. For this extremely fragile part of our population, the ability to move about and or meet in safe places to seek treatments and therapies and community in the wake of a global pandemic is particularly critical and necessary. Not having complete access to our own God-given right to humanity and interconnectedness is crippling to our mental health and forming trauma in our younger generations who are witnessing this, for whom we are supposed to be creating a path to a future of hope for. As a trained leader in Celebrate Recovery for many years, myself, and which is an alternative 12-step program for anyone with hurts, hang-ups, habits, addictions, you name it, I've seen the most positive impact to transform lives from the inside out, simply for the ability to be able to sit with others like themselves and be heard or be seen. Without access to resources like this, we're seeing relapses, overdoses. I just had an old friend die a couple months ago from an overdose after years of sobriety. He was a single father, and now his son has no father. Suicides and overall quality of life are being bled out. In my own experience with mental health disorders like clinical depression, PTSD, and anxiety, I've personally regressed significantly since the beginning of this pandemic, and I was unable to even secure treatment in a therapy setting for over 3 months, desperately searching because our mental health system is so bogged down and behind and unable to meet the demand of our community, which is growing. I'm urging you to please end this now for our county and to allow for those who feel confident in moving forward in a public setting with any necessary measures and precautions that they want to make for themselves and their families, such as mask wearing and avoiding highly populated areas, to please do so and allow the rest of us who desperately need to reconnect to our humanity to move forward as well. We need each other. We need this. Thank you so much for standing boldly to even have these types of conversations, given the apathy and disregard from our Governor Newsom and those in support of his draconian measures that have slowly bled our state out since he stepped into power. I look forward to the future knowing we'll make the right choice for our people.
Your time is up, caller. Please end your comments.
Thank
you.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record and give your comments.
Hi, can you hear me? This is Gerald O'Neill. Am I on?
You are. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's, I just want to say, that I often brag about my home county, Placer County. I live here in Roseville, to all of my friends and on social media about how brave you guys are. And this is your bravest moment. I really appreciate what you're doing. And, some observations, obviously most of these calls are in support of ending the lockdown. And the reason why is obvious. It's killing businesses. It's killing lives. It's destroying the learning ability of our children moving forward. We were told in the beginning that this was to flatten the curve, the death curve. We barely had a blip on the radar here in our county. It's ridiculous. There was no flattening of the curve because the curve wasn't even there to begin with. We have 800,000 plus residents, if I'm not mistaken, and we've had 39 deaths. In 2008, we had 80,000 lives lost to the flu. Did we shut down our economy? And will we shut down the economy going forward in the next flu season? Because the same vulnerable population in the flu season is the same vulnerable population that gets affected by COVID. Now, are any of us saying that COVID doesn't exist? No. My best friend just had it last month. I just spoke with somebody on the phone this morning that said they had it. I know that myself and my family had it back in January, and it was a bad cough, and it was really bad. It ranks right up there with one of the worst flus or colds I've ever had in my life. So So obviously I'm alive, and that doesn't mean that other people don't die from this. But are we going to do this every single time a new virus shows up on the horizon, a new flu season that's particularly brutal? Are we going to keep doing this? Are we going to keep listening to these voices? And in case anybody hasn't noticed, we have a horrible governor who can't get anything right. Our state's on fire, right? He moves the goalposts constantly, changes the measurements on where we can stay shut down or where we can open up in this nice little complicated color scheme. And he fails at everything. Our electricity goes out. He can't manage anything. He's just a political beast, and he's using this opportunity to push his political agenda. Obviously, I know it's clear to everybody that can see this, and everybody that's looking on the state of California knows that this is going on, and I get many comments about what a totally incompetent governor he is. He's a laughingstock. And so here we are bowing down.
Sir, please wrap up your comments.
Tyranny. Excuse me?
Can you wrap up your comments, please? Your time has expired.
Yes. So basically what I'm saying is I support you guys in ending this resolution. Patrick Henry said it best. You're giving me liberty or give me death. You're fighting for the liberty of all the residents that have voted you into office. And I really, really appreciate what you're doing. I appreciate your courage. And I pray to God that you make the right choice. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record and give your comments.
Hi, my name is Mary Roche, and I'm calling from across the country in the state of New Jersey. I'm calling to support the resolution to end the lockdown in your county and hopefully in the future the state very soon. The data is clear. I don't want to rattle off numbers, but you guys know the death rate. You know that the cases are not correlating to the deaths and the ICU hospitalizations right now. There's a very low risk in children. My son has been going to his little school since June. There have been no issues with the teachers, with the kids in school. Schools need to be open. These kids need to be in front of their teachers. I do not believe governors should have full power to extend the state of emergency at will with no checks and balances. I've been following what Governor Newsom has been doing out in California, and it's absolutely horrendous, along with our governor here in New Jersey. I do not think lockdowns are the answer. I think our children are suffering. I think mental health is suffering. And I think that if people really had an education of how to improve their health versus just lock down, stay inside, put on a mask, and continue to do the same bad habits that make us all unhealthy. I think if we were educated in that realm, it would just help altogether with this whole big mess. I do believe I had COVID in the beginning of January, as many Americans do believe that they had. And I think this is just, it's time. It's time to end the lockdown and let people live their lives. I appreciate you so much for taking my call and listening. And I just wish everyone good luck out in the state of California to end the lockdown. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record and give your comments.
Hi, my name is Christina Kelso.
Go ahead.
Okay, so basically I've been studying with Peggy Hall at the healthyamerican.org, and I've become more educated on what's actually going on. No law may be made that violates the California Constitution or the U.S. Constitution. A statute is a law that was passed by the legislature in a lawmaking procedure that gives the authority to regulate the behavior of a person or business. I can just tell you from my personal standpoint, all this information is on our website, but I work at farmers markets in California. I know Placer County is a rural area. I live in the Coachella Valley, California. I have been unable to work at any of my farmers markets due to the fact that every single farmers market manager will not recognize the medical exemption. But I know, I'm entitled to it. So we have a gigantic problem if California, which prides itself so much on providing food for everyone in this whole world, can't even let their farmers go to work. Like, that is stupid, and we all know it. So this is a state of emergency. It's totally illegal. I know you guys know, and I know that the attorneys have been muzzled and paid off and whatever, but, obviously, I unfortunately didn't get to hear because I tried tuning in and I couldn't, so I don't know what I'm repeating, but I would just urge everyone to go to thehealthyamericans.org, tune into Peggy Hall. There are other attorneys available on her site. I'm doing my work to talk to all the health departments. That I've appealed to the California Department of Food and Agriculture, which is completely useless. And Karen Ross, you're a disgrace. The entire department should be abolished. We're all sick of it. You could abolish the FDA, abolish the CDC, or stop recognizing their stupid, meaningless guidelines. I am a 42-year-old human being who is living my dream, working on a permaculture ranch. We're famous across the world. We're flying disc ranch in Thermal, California. And I want all my customers to know the reason you don't see me is not because I don't want to be there for you. I can't work. It's stupid. So farmers markets everywhere, everyone who likes to eat, I assume that's all of us, get it together and cancel this whole stupid fake pandemic. We know it's fake, okay? So too many of us know, and we are not going to stand for it anymore. So I urge you all, healthyamericans.org, tune in, get in touch, call me. I'm available. And I'm sick of this shit, and I'm a native Californian, and, this is not what I'm born for. And believe me, no one in their 40s is going to put up with this. We're not that generation. We are
Thank you so much for your call. We need to have you wrap up.
And loving.
All right, thank you very much. Next caller, and this may be our next caller, maybe one after that. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record and give your comments.
Good afternoon. Thank you for taking my call. I am Michael Wisnew, Los Angeles founder of the Mankinder.net movement, a critical thinkers network providing strategies for strengthening mankind. I am also United States Administrator for Earth United, founded by Jesse Casanova in South Africa and Christopher James in Canada. Our organizations support your resolution to end the health emergency status or state of emergency. We do not consent. We assert that all legitimate scientific data has proven that there has been no actual natural health emergency anywhere in our world. Any health emergency which has occurred has been caused largely by the, quote, state of emergency orders and restrictions, unquote, for which government officials will be held personally, financially responsible. We recommend that you minimize your personal liability by serving the best interests of your constituents immediately and henceforth. I thank you for your time, attention, and anticipated ethical and lawful actions.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record and give your comments.
Yes, it's Tammy Castle. I've lived in this county for 50 years, and I've never seen the destruction that is being caused by this shutdown. It is terrible, absolutely terrible. And people are depressed and killing themselves. People are losing their livelihoods over this, all because of Gavin Newsom, and he needs to be recalled. In addition, my son just finished serving 4 years in the military to fight for our freedom, and has come home to get a job and go to trade school, and he can't do either of those things because of this lockdown, which is absolutely terrible. I recently went through chemotherapy, and I can even have my family with me sit there for 6 hours long treatment for support. Cancer is hard enough, and people can't have their loved ones with them. It's just sad. To close, I would urge everybody to go to the Recall Gavin Newsom 2020 website and sign the petition to recall him. And that's it.
Right, thank you for your comment, and it's 1 o'clock, so we appreciate all the comments, the input from our residents, and actually people from throughout the state of California and other places as well. We will bring this back to our board. Supervisor Holmes.
Thank you, Chair Gore. Mr. Leopold, you mentioned this morning earlier that we are very close to being pulled out of the, according to your comments with Dr. Sisson, that we'll be leaving the purple tier. How soon do you think we'll be able to move to the next tier?
Yeah, Supervisor Holmes, I had received a text just a few minutes ago stating that we actually did actually movement to the lower tier, the red tier, took place just a little bit ago. So we did move from purple to red as of today.
And how long before?
3 weeks.
We have to be in that tier for 3 weeks before this man can open his tattoo parlor, or is that?
No, they can open up. They can open up their.
They have modifications.
Karen, you want to speak to this one? I just want to make sure we're talking correctly about which businesses are actually available to open.
Is personal care services is tattoo?
If I'm not mistaken, that falls under the personal care services.
Correct.
And we're now in the red tier. Open indoors with modifications. Individuals would have to go on the state's website to understand what those modifications are. I don't have a description here.
And our restaurants can open?
What's that?
Oh, I know, you said.
Restaurants?
Our restrooms, hopefully can be open.
25% indoors. Correct.
So that's a good.
25% or 100 persons, whichever is fewer.
Correct.
And if we.
Who can live on 25%?
Folks, so I appreciate, but we need to have deliberation here. No, it's frustrating. Go ahead, Jim.
So we rescind this local health emergency. The state still has their conditions imposed upon the counties.
That's correct.
So, one of the first things you learn when you sit on a 5-member board is how to count to 3, and I've done that counting. But I just want people to understand, if we rescind the local health emergency, they still have to comply with the state guidelines.
The way this resolution is framed, we have noticed that those guidelines are still in place.
Okay.
That's correct.
Well, I just want to make the public understand that, because I don't want them to go out and open up full blast and then have something come back at them. So that's all my comments. Thank you.
Supervisor Wygant.
Yeah, I want to start with a question because it was an answer that you gave, Todd, I think, to Bonnie about the funding. There was risk. So in paraphrasing, I want you to correct me if I'm wrong on all of this, but and I want you to do that because, one, make sure I understand, but two, if I'm accurate, I want to make sure the public understands. So I think you expressed that you personally had some level of concern that there were 2 buckets of money for which we might have some risk as it relates to gubernatorial action by the governor. They were the CARES Act money. So the first question is, isn't that solely federal money that's supposed to flow directly to local governments, but in this case, for jurisdictions less than 500,000 population, they simply, for administrative purposes, delivered it to the state to then deliver to us?
Yeah, the state actually received those dollars, and they made the allocation distribution formula back to counties and cities as well.
So on that question, I guess it's interesting to wonder if the governor has the authority to withhold monies to us that came from the federal government, but that's a different question. And then secondly, on realignment monies, am I not correct in thinking that those are monies that are supposed to come to the state as a result of a transaction that occurred going back maybe 5-ish years, whereby we are required to receive state prisoners, and the money is supposed to come to us then to help us with criminal justice reform, such that if we do a better job in that arena, it could potentially offset the cost of taking those prisoners, as well as having a more enlightened and more cost-effective, socially beneficial criminal justice system.
Yeah, I believe there's twofold. One is that, correct, around the public safety side. The other is there are human services dollars as part of realignment that took place. So both of those dollars from a county, at least Placer County is about $6.8 million is what we'd be receiving from the state.
And in consideration, for the contractual consideration, we have in fact received those prisoners, correct?
Correct.
So again, I think it's a provocative question as whether or not the governor would have the authority to do that, but that's a different question. So for me, my statements simply are that I'm going to support this resolution. I understood the policy in the beginning, in the early days, when I think an emergency, which is something that needs a timely response, made sense because there was so much we didn't know. But I honestly could not articulate today why continuing shelter at home, stay at home policy, I don't understand what it's trying to achieve. One caller called in, and I think I'm accurate in saying that she said that herd immunity would not occur without a vaccine. I'm not an epidemiologist, but I've studied this as diligently as I possibly can. And I think there's a consensus of epidemiologists who would argue that it's certainly not the best path to get there, to just let this thing spread without attention to it. But in the end, if there is no vaccine, for which we have not yet developed a vaccine for HIV and some other things, we'll probably get to herd immunity, which means that people will build up an immunity to it such that the spread and the severity of it just decrease. Hopefully, I think we will get a vaccine. I think it'll happen fairly soon. I think it'll probably not be a perfect bullseye vaccine like with polio, but I think it will help as it relates to building up immunity. So if we're trying to flatten the curve now, when in fact our healthcare is not at risk of being overwhelmed, I'm not sure why we're doing that in conflict with the horrible cost that policy is certainly causing. And so certainly the restrictions that have been placed on us, I think for this board and for me, it's not a question of whether or not I'm insensitive to the health exposure from COVID-19. I'm concerned about the total health impacts from depression and stress and suicide and kids who lose their social structure because they're not back in school, and the economic downturn this caused, and individuals and families who are horribly affected because of all those things, and all the other sociological and psychological things that come along with that. And it doesn't mean that I don't think there shouldn't be a lot of education and work done by the county with our public health effort. The original presidential guidelines that talked about social distancing still make a huge amount of sense to me. I think there are some other things we probably could do. But in studying this, I have become aware that there were two significant, well, we had the Spanish flu of 1918, and then subsequent to that, there was a huge flu outbreak in 1957 and another one in 1968, interestingly. The one in 68 was when I was a senior in high school, and estimates are that it may have killed as many as 100,000 people. Adjusted for population changes today, that would be in excess of 300,000 people. And I don't even remember it. I just, there's nothing in my mind that causes me to think of it as being a bad flu season or anything, but I certainly would have remembered if all of a sudden I wasn't allowed to go to school, particularly during my senior year, and all of the things that went along with that, not to mention the impact on businesses, et cetera. And to finish, a key concern I have is, why are we doing this, but where are we going? The governor recently referred to a twindemic, that we were having these new color-coded policies put in place for COVID concurrent with the flu, going into the flu season. So does that mean now we should offset these kinds of extreme policies to try to manage the common flu? If I think back to when I was a senior in high school, I can't connect to it. It doesn't make sense to me. I wonder Did this thing just get such a horrible reputation that it caused unusual fear, or has society changed to the extent so much that they actually want government to help us keep from getting the common flu every year? With that, I think our act will help create a dialogue at least around the offsetting total impact of all of the policy, because as a good friend of mine likes to describe these things, and this in particular, it feels like we're going around the house with a sledgehammer trying to kill flies and not keeping in proportion and perspective the impact of all of these policies taken together. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Wygant. Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you. Well, these are challenging times, and I think I can count the votes as well as to where we're at. I think some of the comments that were made by the public have me even more concerned than I wanted to be coming into this, because there does appear to be a very political tone to that, and I want to vote on this based on facts and what is our health emergency and those causes, not on wholesale rebellions and political ploys and those kinds of statements that were made. When we got into this, hospitals were concerned. Our healthcare experts told us they couldn't handle, and I believe them, they couldn't handle. They didn't have adequate PPE. They didn't have the ventilators that they potentially were going to need if you looked at what was happening in New York and other areas. And so I have no doubt that when we started into this, we were all extremely concerned with this virus and its spread and not understanding it. But now we're 6 months ahead. And I'm challenged with what I see are the facts before us today versus the political statements that were coming in. And I do not believe that the governor wants to kill small business. I don't believe that. I believe he is doing what he thinks he needs to do to help us modify our behavior. And when I hear comments like we heard today, I wonder if he's not right, because people are acting as if we can just go back to life as usual, knowing that this virus is out there and that we don't always have good, part of the reason we've curbed is we are wearing face coverings and we are protecting vulnerable populations by doing that and by taking all of these cautions. And if what we do today by adopting a factual-based resolution is cause people to start rebelling against all of the guidelines, I can't wear that on my shoulders. I was not put into place into this office in order to judge some of that. At the same time, I know that small businesses like yours, sir, and my hairdressers and many, many others I know have paid the price, while other businesses have had record-breaking profits. And I've brought this up. Target, Costco, look at their earnings statements. They are having record-breaking profits, while my hairdresser, who has one chair, can serve one person at a time, has been closed for 17 weeks. She's finally reopened, thank goodness. But I can't begin to justify that. And so we're caught in the middle as public officials, and the governor is caught in that as well, I believe. And I can't even imagine the weight on his shoulders, because I feel the weight on my own. We at the county, I'm so proud of what we've done with Placer Shares and dedicating as much money as we can to help small businesses, how much PPE we've secured and the state has helped us secure to help small businesses. The efforts we're making to increase and support our schools opening through testing, and protecting our vulnerable populations, all of which we have been trying to restate numerous times. But I need to vote on this based on what are the facts today. Do we have an emergency today? And I plead with the public, do not read into this a political agenda. Let's keep it based on facts. And if we base it on facts, we currently don't have a medical emergency, a health emergency. We have another emergency, and we have an ordinance in place for that. But we can't say right now that our hospitals are at capacity. They've assured us they have capacity and will make capacity. But I do, I do need to rely on our healthcare professionals on that. So with all of that said, you might be wondering where I'm headed, and I am at times. There are some comments that I find troubling in our resolution, and that would make it impossible for me to vote for it because they've gone too, in my mind, too political and inflamed this discussion. And so I'm going to just suggest some minor modifications and one addition, and ask if we would consider that as a potential to try to depoliticize this statement. And so on the top of page 5, there's a whereas. The governor in his September 2nd, 2020 news conference made the, and we said, astounding recharacterization of the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm wondering if we could scratch astounding and just leave it at recharacterization, and if we could add as potentially the twindemic. So add in after as, potentially. And then down in the second to the last whereas on that page, the Board of Supervisors is informed and believes, based on expert opinion, that the actual infection fatality rate of COVID, and instead of is, could we say could be substantially lower than reported. I am not one to be able to say if the CDC is or isn't, but I do think we've had evidence that it could be lower than it is. And so those are the two, what I hope are minor depoliticization.
Might be as opposed to could be?
Might be.
Yeah, could is permissive.
Yeah. And then
Might be.
the one clause I would add is before the second to the last, be it resolved on page 7. Thank you, Karen, for helping draft this. Our county council helped me with this. Be it further resolved that the Board of Supervisors, County of Placer, State of California, reserve the authority under state law to declare another local emergency should the case and/or hospitalization numbers so warrant. And that would be just prior to the second to the last, be it further resolved.
May I ask
After
a
the
question on that?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm just curious, I mean, we have that authority anytime we want, so I'm just curious as to why you feel the need to call it out in here.
Because of some of the testimony we've heard and continue to hear that this is some wholesale rebellion, I believe we do have a responsibility to reaffirm to our constituents that we are willing to reconsider if the facts present themselves. So that is why. You're right, it is restating. Much of this resolution restates a lot of history, but I would feel more comfortable voting for it if we could make those, what I hope are minor modifications.
That was, you were requesting that be inserted where?
It would be before the second to the last, be it further resolved.
So after the one that says city jurisdictions.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
I
Would
certainly.
you please reread what you had written there?
What county council wrote for me
Okay,
moments ago?
whatever somebody wrote that you're reading.
Be it further resolved, the Board of Supervisors, County of Placer, State of California, reserve the authority under state law to declare another local emergency should the case and/or hospitalization numbers so warrant.
Right, thank you.
I certainly don't have any problems with the changes. Is everyone okay with those changes?
I'd like to actually comment that I think those are excellent suggestions. It makes the resolution more precise, actually. And on the last, reserve the right for a future potential emergency, I think, again, point that I was trying to make earlier with me is that we get charged with the fact that we're trading off just economic well-being against health. And for me, nothing could be farther from the truth, and I'm sure that's the same with all 5 of us. And so You could argue that it's redundant, but I think it makes it a more perfect resolution because it's a reminder that that's exactly what we're trying to accomplish. And for me, the totality of the current policy in place in the state of California, again, is just not proportional to the overall public health.
Thank you, Robert.
Thank you, and I appreciate your consideration of those changes. I want to just really quickly again say, I disagree with a lot of the tone of what was said by callers. I agree with the ending of an emergency based on the statistics that we have in front of us, but I can't agree with a lot of the politicization of this issue. We do have a virus that we don't understand, and we need to protect our most vulnerable.
Thank you, Supervisor Gustafson. Supervisor Euler?
Well, I was going to violently disagree with all your proposed amendments, but then Robert supported it, so I guess I'm going to go along with Robert. No, I thank you. I think that was very thoughtful, and I have absolutely no concerns with what you've added or what you've asked to be struck. I do want to clarify what I shared with my colleagues as well as council and CEO. The caller from Loomis is right. It is miswritten in the whereas on page 6 of 7 of the resolution. Instead of reading represents 8/100ths of 1%, it is actually, we're at 0.77, so it's approximately 8/10ths of 1%, not 8/100ths, and it is 8/1000ths, not 8/10,000ths that our deaths represent, as you can see on the far right column bottom. That is 8/1000ths, not 8/10,000ths as far as the deaths. So we should amend this to reflect the 8/10ths and 8/1000ths as opposed to as it's written right there.
So let's just clarify. Megan, did you get that? I want to make sure we have those numbers correct. Yeah, as you were saying that, just reread it the way it should be.
So as it is written, it says, whereas known positive COVID-19 cases, 362. Again, my data was as of the report that our board got on September 4th. So that's what this is based on. Confirmed positive COVID cases, likely recovered cases, I went too far.
Yep.
Represent 8/100ths of 1% of the population of Placer County. It's actually our total cases represent 8/10ths of 1% of the population. At 3,000, that's roughly it's 0.77, but 8/10ths of 1%. And then the deaths associated with COVID-19, we have it written 8/10,000ths, it's 8/1000ths of 1%. So just strike out 10, insert 1, and then it's 100th is actually tenths, 8/10ths instead of 8/100ths. So that's what that gentleman was correct in that. So.
Thank you.
Now, if I may, context. I'm a big believer in context and why we're here and having this conversation on this day at this point in time. Because on March 4th, the governor did ratify the state of emergency that had been declared on March 3rd by the public health director and our board of supervisors on March 9th, then enacted our local state of emergency, adopted our local state of emergency. Why did we do that on that day? What is it that was presented to our board as a scenario that we might be facing due to COVID-19? Well, just 5 days after our board acted on March 9th, the New York Times reported the Centers for Disease Control's estimates. This was on March 13th. New York Times reports CDC's estimates were that 21 million Americans would be hospitalized with this disease. 1.7 million Americans would be dead. In California, that breaks down to 2.5 million Americans hospitalized, or Californians, 2.5 million Californians hospitalized, and 204,000 Californians dead. When the governor declared his state of emergency, state law requires that he meets two findings. And one of those findings is 8625C. We've gone over this. He finds that local authority is, present tense, is inadequate to cope with the emergency. Clearly, as our board sat here on March 9th, hearing the kind of data that was coming at us, had those numbers extrapolated to Placer County, Placer County would have been looking at 25,400 people hospitalized and 2,060 people dead, if you took CDC's estimates and applied them to our county. Where are we? 208 people hospitalized over the last 6 months, not 25,000. And 35 people, again, as of September 4th, I know we've lost another one, but 35 people dead as opposed to 2,060. That was the estimate. So we took our action as a board based on our extending the presumption that if these numbers were correct, the governor was absolutely correct, that it was in his authority to find it would be we would be inadequate to deal with these kinds of numbers. So that's why we took the step that we did. But we've had 6 months worth of experience with this now, and we have a track record. And the part that troubles me is that the governor does not go on to recognize the final section of that section that empowers him in a state of emergency, which reads, the governor shall proclaim the termination of a state of emergency at the earliest possible date that conditions warrant. And just because the governor refuses to do so doesn't mean we should refuse to do so. We have an obligation to follow these very same laws of the Constitution of the State of California and the United States. And this extends to all of us, that we shall proclaim a termination to our local state of emergency at the earliest possible date that conditions warrant. To Supervisor Gustafson's point, I think that it's justified to then put in the additional, therefore be it resolved, that said, if the conditions change, we'll revisit the issue. I fully support that. But clearly, based on what we were faced with, what we were told we could expect in Placer County, 25,000 hospitalizations and 2,000 deaths. And over the last 6 months, we've had 200 hospitalizations and 35 deaths. We are recognizing that we do not meet that threshold of a state of emergency, and we are acting, I believe, prudently to end our local state of emergency in accordance with state law. As to the concern that if we do something like this, we might lose CARES Act dollars, which, to Robert's point, are not his to play with. But as to that concern, while I share the concern, I believe that is nothing more than validation of his attempt at extortion of our local governments if we were to not move forward under the fear of having those dollars held back. I believe we have an obligation to our citizens to move forward on this, and I appreciate the opportunity to clarify that one point.
Thank you, Supervisor Euler. Supervisor Holmes?
Excuse me, I just have a couple clarifications on page 5 of 7 that Supervisor Gustafson brought forward, the second paragraph there, where, let's see, whereas the governor on September 2020 news conference made the recharacterization of the COVID-19 pandemic as a potential twindemic? Is that?
Potentially is what you requested.
Potentially.
Okay, all right, that's good. And then the second to last paragraph, the fatality rate of COVID-19 could be substantially lower. Is that what
I think we said might be.
Might be. Okay. And I have no other comments. With those changes, I can support this. Thank you, Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you.
Depoliticizing it.
Thank you. And just a couple additional comments. First of all, thank you, Supervisor Gustafson, for the changes and for your input as far as us not wanting this to be a political statement as much as reasserting our own authority, and to Supervisor Euler's point that that the state actually is obligated to terminate at its earliest possible date that it could, and it has not done so, and we certainly, our numbers do not indicate that we are any longer in a health emergency. So just a couple of things, and I think it is important to state. we will continue to encourage people to use safety precautions. It is still a mandate by the state of California to sanitize and use precautions in your businesses and wear face coverings. And so I want to encourage that. I will continue to do this so that I can continue to try to help make sure I'm taking care of my friends and neighbors. And I want to encourage our business community to do that and encourage people to do that. We will continue to track our numbers. We'll continue to track our dashboard so that people know the number of cases and the testing that's been done and the hospitalizations. I did hear from our health officer, and we do have a number of beds available, probably because elective surgeries didn't happen over the weekend because it was a long weekend, but we have capacity in our hospitals. So we'll continue to track that. And the challenge is that we have businesses that really, really want to open up. And I understand that and respect that. And they have to make decisions on their own, because a lot of these businesses that have not been allowed to open are businesses that have licenses with the state of California. And that is unfortunately the hook that the state of California has on our restaurants and our nail salons and tattoo parlors. Fortunately, those businesses as of today, because Placer County is now in the red, can start opening up to a limited capacity. So that's a good thing. And I am very glad, sir, that you get to open up your business. And if anybody wants a tattoo parlor, we know a guy in the back who will help you out. And he is making sure he is maintaining social or safety guidelines, absolutely. But that being said, I really appreciate the dialogue. I appreciate this board having a robust conversation about this challenge that we have. I think it is important that our board adopt this resolution and make it very clear that we don't believe we have a continuing health emergency in our county, while at the same time encouraging people, because we do have folks who are at risk. We do know that it is a disease that can be deadly. It has not been near as deadly, thank goodness, that anyone had predicted. Thank goodness. But that being said, we cannot continue to keep down the rest of our community shut down until some unknown amount of time based on the metrics by the governor. So with that, I think we have exhausted this conversation, and happy to have somebody move forward with a motion.
Before the motion,
Yes.
The one addition I would make to the addition paragraph is that we state that it's a local health emergency.
Okay.
Thank you.
So moved with the discussed modifications. Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second, and all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much for the robust discussion. All right, we have finished up our business. We have closed session items that we need to take, and so I'll have County Council read out, please.
The board will now adjourn to closed session to consider 2 items of existing litigation, 2 items of anticipated litigation, 1 item of conference with real property negotiators, and item C, public employee evaluation. For the record, item D is being dropped.
All right, thank you very much. We will be back after closed session.
The board met in closed session to consider 2 items of existing litigation. In the first item, Francis Govian versus Placer County, the board authorized defense and indemnification of the named defendant. On item B, Center for Biological Diversity, the county authorized execution of a contract with outside counsel. On the item of anticipated litigation, the board discussed 2 potential cases, and in each case heard a report and provided direction. On the item of conference for real property negotiators, the board heard a report and provided direction. On C, public evaluation, the board conducted a performance evaluation. This concludes report out of closed session.
Thank you very much. And with that, we will end our meeting and adjourn to our next regular meeting, which is on Tuesday, September 22nd. Thank you, everyone.